y del sol del verano yo me hice así, morenica, graciosica sos, tú morena y yo gracioso y ojos pretos tú. Morenica mi me llaman los marineros, si otra vez a mí me llaman, yo me voy con ellos. Morenica, graciosica sos, tú morena y yo gracioso y ojos pretos tú. Morena morenica, graciosica sos, tú morena y yo gracioso y ojos pretos tú. Morenica, graciosica sos, tú morena y yo gracioso y ojos pretos tú.
ממקומך מלכנו תופיע ותמלוך עלינו, תמלוך עלינו, כי מחכים אנחנו לך. אוי מתי תמלוך בציון, בכל יום בימינו, בכל יום בימינו, עד העולם ותשכון, ותתקדש, זוהי ירושלימך, לדור ודור, לדור ודור, ולנצח נצחים. ועינינו תראינה מלכותך, כדברנו בשירי עוזיך, בשירי עוזיך, ועל ידי דוד, ועל ידי דוד, משיח צדקך. ועל ידי דוד, ועל ידי דוד, משיח צדקך.
All right. There it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to the World Alliance of Qara'im. There we go. Shabbat Torah study. I am Hakham Melech ben Yaakov of the World Alliance of Qara'im. And we are going to be starting the book of Leviticus today. Yes, we've gotten through Genesis and Exodus. It's hard to believe. And now we are starting the book of Leviticus, which I guess is kind of appropriate because Passover is coming up. And Passover is, let me just check the date here. 1 second, please. Where did I put that? So, right. Okay, so Passover is going to be, where's that report I sent out? There we go. It's going to be on, it begins on Thursday, April 6th at sundown, and it ends on Thursday, April 13th after sundown. So basically, not this coming Thursday, but the following Thursday at sundown. So if you're going to do a Passover Seder or something along those lines, then that would be on the night of Thursday, April 6th. And then it ends on Thursday, April 13th. Okay, so that means that the two holidays, the two Mikra'e Kodesh, the two holidays on which you're not supposed to do work, or the 2 days on which you're supposed to not supposed to do work, are going to be Thursday, April 6th through Friday, I should say sundown on Thursday, April 6th, until after sundown on Friday, April 7th, and then immediately Shabbat will start. And then there's Shabbat, and then from Wednesday, April 12th at sundown until Thursday, April 13th at sundown. And so we hope you have a great Chag HaMatzot. Shabbat Shalom. Jesus is a fake. I like that one. And I will probably do a talk on Passover Day, meaning, well, let me figure this out here. So I haven't finalized yet. Let me think out loud here for a second. So Friday day is Passover. Yeah, I'll probably do a talk, I think, on Friday day. I think so. On Passover. So that's going to be, and I'll send out an announcement, of course. So that's going to be on Friday, April 7th. I'll probably do a talk about Passover. Okay. And then we'll have a regular Shabbat study on Saturday, on Shabbat day, April 8th, right? April 8th. Is that right? Yes, that's right. So that's that. Hope you all have a great Passover. And if you have any specific questions that you have about Passover, please let me know. You can either, oh, okay. Hello, Yoshi Ben. Nice one. If you have any questions regarding Passover, you can either send me an email, or you can send an email to the World Alliance of Qara'im. You can send an email directly to me. I'm going to post my email right now. Or you can contact me on WhatsApp or on Facebook or however you want. It doesn't make a difference. I'll send my email in case you prefer that. Okay. So I'm not going to talk much about Passover today unless there are any specific questions that you want and need answered quickly and immediately. And instead, we're going to focus on this week's parsha, on this week's Torah portion, which is the beginning of the book of Leviticus. So I suppose that's very relevant to Passover in the sense that Leviticus has mostly to do with the sacrifices that are done in the temple, in the tabernacle / later on temple, and Passover is certainly one of those sacrifices. And really, the temple, the tabernacle / temple serves as the main center, the only center of worship that Israel does or is supposed to do for its God, our God, Yahweh. Okay? All right. So that being said, let's dig in. Let me share the screen differently. Present, share screen, window, Torah. And there we go. Okay, so just to recap, we were in the end of the book of Exodus. Okay, we saw the final preparations for the setting up of the tabernacle. We saw that various materials were collected from the Israelites, and that they were used to build a tabernacle. Okay. And then finally, once the tabernacle is built, so that's in the final chapters of Exodus, then we see here, and we'll just go back a little bit today. Okay, so the tabernacle is completed here. And then it says in Exodus chapter 40, we'll start in verse 34. Okay. Vayhas he'anan et ohel mo'ed uchvod Yahweh maleh et ha-mishkan. The cloud covered the tent of meeting, the tabernacle. Kvod Yahweh maleh et mishkan, and the glory of Yahweh filled the Mishkan, filled the tabernacle, filled the dwelling place. Okay. So Mishkan comes from the root shachan, shin kaf nun, and it means to live or dwell. Like, for instance, a neighbor in modern Hebrew, and I believe in biblical Hebrew, I'd have to look it up, is shachen. Okay. someone who dwells near you, someone who lives near you. So Mishkan really means a dwelling place, right? So what the heck is a tabernacle? I think we looked up the etymology of tabernacle, and I think it was related to tavern, which meant like a hut. But let's look it up again. Tabernacle. Etymology. No, my internet is definitely it's not to jeez, I hate this habit. All right, so here we go. Oh my god. This is really ridiculous. 1 second, please. God, the internet is so slow right now. I don't know if you guys can even hear me because the internet is so slow. Okay, so etymology. Right, so we see here, let me just enlarge this. So, so the origin, so it traces itself back to the Latin tabernaculum, which is the diminutive, meaning like a little, right? Form of taberna, which was a hut or a tavern. So it means like a little hut or a little tavern, right? Well, they say it means here tents, right? But it comes from little hut or little tavern, right? So, so that's what it is, and that doesn't really. God, what is wrong with this internet? That doesn't really describe the word in Hebrew. It's one of those translations that's not a great translation, right? Because the Hebrew word is mishkan, right? So yes, it is called the Ohel Moed, the tent of meeting, okay? But it's also called the Mishkan, okay? I think the words are pretty much interchangeable. I'm not sure if maybe the Mishkan is referring to a certain part of the tent of meeting, but I don't think so. I think they're pretty much interchangeable. And really, as I mentioned, it really means the dwelling place. It means God's dwelling place, God's home, okay? So I'm going to try, I've been making various lists. So one list is, if I can find it here, whoops. Let's find it. Where it go? Translations. Okay, so tabernacle, Mishkan occurs in many places, but we'll just go with Exodus 40:34. Let me add this here. (40:34), and the Hebrew word is Mishkan. In this case, Hamishkan. We'll just go with Mishkan. No, do the whole word Hamishkan. Gonna go over here. Oops. Okay, Hamishkan. And the usual translation is, well, let's see. If I click on this word here, the tabernacle, right? So that's the usual translation, tabernacle. Okay. Oh, I already have it here. Oh, whoops. I've got it right here. Mishkan, the usual translation is tabernacle. My translation is dwelling tent. Okay, I like that. And okay, we did this last year. Okay, forget it. I can erase this. Goodbye. Okay, so we're going to call it the dwelling tent because that's really the implication here. Okay, dwelling home or home. Okay, really the word Mishkan doesn't even imply tent. Well, it is a tent, so we'll call it dwelling tent. Okay, good enough. But the word really means the dwelling place. It means God's home. That's what it means. Okay, so really we could say the glory of Yahweh filled his home or filled his house, filled the house. Okay, house would be a good word for it because later on when the temple's built, it's called the Beit Yahweh, the house of God. And that's what really this is. This is like the tent of God. Okay, so we'll go with a dwelling tent. I like that. Okay. So verse 35, and we saw before that the cloud, right? Remember this cloud. This is the cloud that led the Israelites around when they exited Egypt, right? It was a cloud during the day. It was a pillar of fire during the night. And this same cloud is what covers basically wherever God is. That's where the cloud goes, and it turns into a pillar of fire at night. And we saw that a couple of chapters back. I'm not going to go dig it up right now. Okay, so it's a cloud during the day. It's a pillar of fire during night. This is God. This is where God speaks out of, or this is where God's presence emanates out of, right? But his permanent dwelling place, I won't say permanent because it's actually a tent that's moving around. His dwelling place, his shall we say, his permanent movable dwelling place is between the cherubs, the kruvim, the cherubs of the ark cover, right? So we have the ark cover. Okay, ark of the covenant. We've mentioned this a bunch of times, but I'll just reiterate. Okay, so there, that's good enough. That one. Oh my God, why is this internet so damn slow? It's very frustrating. Jeez. Just give me a second here. Any rate, let me enlarge it like this. So you can see here, cancel that. You can see here the ark. This is the Ark of the Covenant, right? The cover of the ark, called the kaporet, is made of pure gold. It's a single piece of gold that's beaten into the shape. And then you have the cherubim, which are part of that ark cover. And they're facing each other. And where they touch, right? Where the wings touch, between that is where God dwells. So when the cloud descends over the tabernacle, right? It's basically descending right over that place, I would assume, in the center. It doesn't say that explicitly, but it would make sense, right? So the ark, the pillar of cloud during the day, fire at night, is descending right over that place, right over here between the cherubim, and that's God's. That means that God is resting in his home. He's in his house. He's in his home. Okay, and this is, as I've mentioned many times before, the actual home of God. This is where God lives on planet Earth. Okay, now it doesn't mean he has a physical form. There's no implication anywhere. I was listening again to actually one of my favorite, I won't say Torah commentators because he's not really religious. He's very traditional, but one of my favorite Bible scholars, his name is Joel Baden. He's a professor at Yale University. You can find him online. Really very, very knowledgeable man, but decidedly secular and decidedly, into the idea that the Torah was written by 4 different authors, the documentary hypothesis, but really has a lot of amazing insights. I always say he would make a great rabbi, or maybe a great Karaite, more like it. But so he seems to imply that he thinks that the ancient Israelites believed that God had a physical form because it mentions God's eyes and God's hands, and that we were made in the image of God and all kinds of different things. But I don't think that's the case at all. I think that's all just meant to be poetic or by allegory. And so when God dwells in his home, yes, he literally, that is a physical home that we build on this earth. The Mishkan, the dwelling tent or the dwelling place, is a physical home that we build for God on this earth. But he doesn't have a body, right? That's why I hate to use hippy dippy words like essence or energy or spirit. Spirit maybe is the best because that's used a lot in the Tanakh. But his spirit, his energy emanates from this place here, from between the wings of the kruvim, of the cherubim. Okay, but we are building him a physical home. It's like, okay, where do you live? My next door neighbors are the Leibowitzes and the Snyders and the I don't know, let's throw in a Sephardi name, the Atiases, and God, right, lives down the block and to the left, right? So that reminds me of an anecdote of not funny, very well, I guess it's kind of funny, but a very interesting story. Funny, interesting, somewhere in between interesting and funny. When I first came to Israel back in the 1990s, I was just amazed. I was like in another, like my head was in cloud 9 until I realized what Israelis are really like. And then it was in like cloud -9. No, there's some very, very nice Israelis, but they definitely it wouldn't hurt them to go like to an etiquette class somewhere in maybe England, in London, or something like that. At any rate, neither here nor there. So I remember I asked directions for somewhere, right? And the guy says to me, "Oh, you go down this road over here. When you get to King David's tomb, you make a left, and then you'll see Mount Zion, and where you see the entrance to Mount Zion, you go down the path to the right." And I was like, "Oh my God!" I thought I was in heaven or something like that. Like, what kind of directions are these? In New York, you get, I don't know, go to the bodega on the end of the street and make a right, and when you see the entrance to the A train or something like that. That's where I grew up, right? In New York, a complete crap hole, if I may say so myself. But then I came to Jerusalem, and I'm getting instructions like make a left at King David's tomb and enter Mount Sinai. I was like, am I on earth or am I in heaven, right? So what was my point again? I do that sometimes, and that's okay. I will forgive myself for going off on tangents and then forgetting where I started. But I can't remember what my point was. But whatever my point was there it was. So yes, my point was that God's house, right? That it's literally like we have God when God's presence is dwelling in the Mishkan, when it's dwelling in the tent of dwelling, or in his house. The Mishkan is really his home or his house. Then it's as if it's not as if he is our neighbor, right? He doesn't have a physical body. We're not going to see him out, mowing the lawn in his boxer shorts or something like that. But his essence emanates from his house, right? Specifically from the ark cover, right? Okay. Anyway, let's move on. So this is Exodus chapter 40, verse 35. ולא יכול משה לבוא אל אוהל מועד כי שכן עליו הענן וכבוד יהוה מלא את המשכן. And Moshe could not come into the tent of meeting because the cloud was dwelling on it. Here's the same word, shachan, okay, and mishkan. So the cloud was, let's see how they're translated here, rested on it. That's maybe a good one, okay? Was dwelling upon it, or had descended, resting I think works. Ukvod Yahweh maleh et mishkan, and the glory of Yahweh had filled, or was filling the tabernacle, right? So we have that twice, really, right? Here we have the cloud descended, and the glory of Yahweh filled the Mishkan. Moshe couldn't go in because, and the cloud of the glory of Yahweh was filling the Mishkan. We have these same words repeated word for word. In fact, not only are they repeated word for word, but the vowelization is exactly the same. And in fact, so is the punctuation, the cantillation, right? If you look at all these other marks, which are not the vowels, then you see they're exactly the same. So that's weird. Now that I think about it, it makes me think that maybe this was a repetition, maybe on purpose, or maybe even by accident, because it doesn't really make sense. Why would this be repeated twice? We have that verse, the same words twice. Anyway, we're not going to get to that now. That's something I'll just look at on my own at another time. Just a thought. But at any rate, so Moshe couldn't even enter there because God's glory was emanating from that place, right? Okay, verse 36. And when the cloud would alight, I think would be actually the perfect translation, would rise up from above the tent of dwelling, the dwelling tent, the children of Israel would travel in all of their journeys, or throughout all of their journeys. In other words, what this verse is saying is that's the way God told, that's the way Yahweh told the Israelites that it's time to get moving, right? When the cloud would start moving, would rise up, and then soon after, I guess, start moving, the Israelites were like, time to get out of here, time to get out of Dodge. Okay, Verse 37, وَإِمْ لَوْ يَعْلَيْهِ عَنَانْ وَلَوْ يَسْعُوا عَدْ يَوْمْ لَوْتَوْ. So basically, to paraphrase, when the cloud didn't move, neither did the Israelites. Verse 38, Ki anan Yahweh ala mishkan yomam wa'ish ti'eh laila bo le'ainei kol beit Yisrael v'chol masrehem. Because the cloud of Yahweh was upon the dwelling tent during the days, and fire was upon it at night, before the eyes of all the children of Israel throughout all of their journeys in the desert, in other words. And here we have the verse, actually, it's right there, where it speaks about the fire at night, right? So it's the same that we saw when the pillar of cloud was leading the Israelites. This is before the Mishkan was built, right? The pillar of cloud was leading the Israelites out of Egypt, right? Led them to the Dead Sea and beyond. I'm sorry, the Red Sea and beyond. And let's see, reads. And now it's resting. Now it's found its I can't say resting place because it will find its final resting place in Jerusalem when a permanent house is built. But it's found its relative resting place within the camp of Israel, which is in the Mishkan, right, in the ark cover of the Mishkan. Okay, so that's it. The tabernacle is built. The glory of Yahweh emanates from it. The cloud representing or containing the glory of Yahweh descends upon the Mishkan, and that's it. And that's the end of the book of Exodus, right? So let's just recap, right? If we go back to the book of Exodus, we started we go back to the very end of Genesis, right? We end with Jacob and then Joseph dying. And then we have the Israelites living and multiplying in Egypt. Then ultimately a new Pharaoh rises up who did not know Yosef, right? Who's not friendly towards Yosef. Then we have Pharaoh ordering the death of the male children. And then Moses is born, right? He's put in the basket. He grows up, kills the Egyptian. That is found out the next day when he tries to save one Jew, one Israelite from another Israelite. He flees to Midian, where he meets Jethro, or Jethro's daughters, and marries one of them. Okay. Then he's out shepherding his flock one day. Not his flock, Jethro's flock, his father-in-law's flock. He sees God, or the angel of God, in the burning bush. We'll say God. And he is called back to Egypt. Okay. And to make a very long story short, then he's back in Egypt. We have the 10 plagues. Then the Exodus, and then we have a whole bunch of stuff about the design of the tabernacle, and then we have the building and inauguration of the tabernacle. So that's Exodus, okay? So now the tabernacle, by the end of Exodus, the Israelites are already out in the desert, okay? And where are they exactly? Well, let's go to my tab here, which is Journeys. We have it from last year. So in Exodus 19:2 through Numbers 10:12, they are in the desert of Sinai. Okay? And just one second here. Right. So they arrive in the desert of Sinai. It says in Exodus chapter 19, and they stay. They don't leave until Numbers 10:12. So ostensibly, when the book of Leviticus is given, right, they're still here in the desert of Sinai. Okay? They're in the Sinai desert. If you want to assume that the book of Leviticus is given in chronological order, or is given between these two verses, right? So that's where that's where the book of Leviticus seems to take place, while they're still in the desert of Sinai. Okay. Basically, they're still camped near Mount Sinai, right? So that's to put it in geographical perspective. In terms of the book itself, in terms of the book of Leviticus, it's called Leviticus for a reason, right? It's not called Leviticus in Hebrew because in Hebrew it usually goes by the first or one of the first words of the book. And here we have Vayikra, which means he called, okay, meaning God called out to Moshe, or God called to Moshe, right? So that's what it's called in Hebrew, Vayikra. But in English, it's called Leviticus. And that's because within the word Leviticus, of course, we have the word Levi, right? So it's the service of the Levites, of the priests. It's the priestly service. It's the service in the tabernacle. So by the end of the book of Exodus, we have the tabernacle built and inaugurated, and God is dwelling in it. And then we're going to find out in the book of Leviticus, mostly, there's some sidetracks, but mostly we're going to find out now that the tabernacle has been built and has been inaugurated, what do we do with it? What do we do in it, right? And the main thing we do in it is bring sacrifices. Not the only thing, but the main thing we do in it is bring sacrifices. So the book of Leviticus is going to go into excruciating detail about the bringing of sacrifices, the details of the sacrificial system, okay? Now, this can get quite detailed. It can get quite boring if it's not done the right way. Just like as I mentioned in previous weeks, if you study all the details of the building of the Mishkan, then it can get quite detailed and boring. So we have to try to make it more interesting, or else we're all going to fall asleep, and I'll fall asleep right here on the keyboard as well. Okay, so we're going to try to talk about various patterns that we see, reasons behind things. We're going to talk about some of the substances that are mentioned, or some of the animals and other substances that are mentioned, right? And overall, we'll try to make it as visual and as interesting as possible. Because otherwise, it gets kind of boring, right? And what we really want to realize at the end of the day is the overall trends of this sacrificial system, right? Like, how does it work in general? What does it do when you bring a sacrifice? Okay, what's the point of bringing animal sacrifices? We'll even talk at some point, I'm sure, about will animal sacrifices be reinstated in the future? My personal opinion, spoiler alert, is no, I don't think they will. And if I had a vote, I would not want them to be. But I don't think they will. Just as meat itself was a kind of compromise or dispensation. I've been using that word a lot lately. A dispensation to humanity because they couldn't refrain from killing other creatures. So animal sacrifice is an outgrowth of meat eating. So at a certain point, I think it no longer becomes relevant as humanity matures or evolves, if you want to use that word. Okay, but we'll talk about that a little bit as well. And I'll bring some verses that I think are proof of that, not in the Torah itself, although I think it's implied in the Torah, but in the Tanakh. And in general, we'll try to make it as engaging and as interesting as possible, so that we don't just like read through it and want to rip our hair out of our heads from boredom. Okay. So that being said, yeah, and we're also going to use a couple of aids. So I'm trying to, constantly trying to incorporate new. Yeah, that's always a problem with this thing. Let me check. Power for 1 hour. I got it. So I'm trying to incorporate new sources. So here's something called, as I mentioned last week, the Cultural Backgrounds Study Bible, which I think gives a lot of cultural background. So unfortunately, I can't borrow it for 14 days like I can the Hertz. I still have this one. Good. I can only borrow it for an hour, so it's going to be touch and go, unless I find it online somewhere. But let's see if we can get a little bit of background, starting in the book of Leviticus. No, it's not going to be that far. It's going to be around, I think, page 200 or so. Let's see how we did. Leviticus 10, 195. Let's go back to 180. Okay. So, okay. That's the end of Exodus right there. So let's see what this dude, whose name is, what's his name again? He's a professor somewhere. I don't know. Where's the author's name? I don't know why it doesn't say. Or the editor's name. All right, doesn't matter at the moment. Well, let's see if I can find it. Table of contents, that's nice. Charts, maps, author introduction. Acknowledgements about the author. So there he is. His name is John H. Walton, Old Testament editor. So he's a professor of Old Testament at Wheaton College in Wheaton, Illinois, where he's been a professor since 2001. Okay, so I don't know. I haven't really tried out this source too much. Let's give it a shot and see what happens. Pesach question: is there anywhere in the scriptures that state the Pesach lamb as a sacrifice for any sins? I don't believe so, but just in case I missed it. Not that nowhere. Not that I can think of. It's the purpose of the Passover lamb is quite clear. It's a commemoration. It's a commemoration for the Exodus of Egypt, right? So the Exodus from Egypt is the defining moment in the establishment of the relationship between Yahweh and Israel as a nation, right? Everything that God did up until that point, pretty much, until the whole Exodus story, was done for individuals, right? It was done for Abraham, was done for Isaac, was done for Jacob, was done for, if not individuals, then the small clan of Jacob's descendants, right? Israel was never kind of codified as a nation until the Exodus story, right? And that's why it's so important. It's really God showing what He is ready, willing, and able to do for the descendants of His beloved Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? And so this is the defining event or set of events that establishes the identity and the relationship and the mission, but especially the relationship between Yahweh and Israel. And so that therefore it's memorialized, or it's commemorated each year. And that's really the point of the Passover sacrifice, to remember back to that first Passover, right? Okay, so Leviticus. Let's see what this feller has to say. Make this a little bit larger. I have no idea what he has to say. I think I was able to find a way to mark things so that, hello. Why is it not doing it? Oh boy. Okay, good enough. Wait, how do I scroll? How do I scroll now that I have this? Whoa, hold on a second. Oh boy. Wait, let me close this. Goodbye. So now I can scroll. Okay. All right, we'll figure it all out as it goes by. Okay, so yeah, let me bring this sucker back up so it can be clear where I'm trying to. Is that working? Good enough. Clear. This. Even better. Clear. Okay, so we're reading here now. Very good. Leviticus, the central book of the Pentateuch, the central book, right, 3rd out of 5, deals with the areas of ritual worship and religious, criminal, and civil law, which were central to the cultural life and governance of all ancient Near Eastern societies, and generated a vast quantity of preserved texts and objects. We will find similar ritual procedures, infrastructure, terminology, and concepts, as well as similar approaches to law in terms of literary context, formulation, reasoning, and content between Israelite and surrounding cultures. It is abundantly clear that Leviticus was meant to communicate with and address the needs of real people in the context of their ancient Near Eastern culture, which contained a number of positive elements worthy to be affirmed and continued. So I guess what he's saying is that, well, I think it speaks for itself. At the same time, we recognize crucial differences that highlight and give depth, perspective to the uniqueness of Israel's God and his timeless message through Leviticus, which was countercultural in important respects. Okay, so now let's see. Can I scroll here? Oh boy. So I've got to close this to scroll. That's weird. Wait, hold on a second. 1 second. Where do I go like this? No, that's not working. Like this. No, that's not working. So I actually have to close this to scroll. Okay. Let's get rid of this, and now I can scroll. Okay, that's a little bit awkward, but whatever. All right, we'll read ahead a little bit. So reading here now. According to the narrative framework of the Pentateuch, God gave the legislation of Leviticus to Israel through Moses in the Sinai desert during the first month of the second year. After the Israelites exited from slavery in Egypt, before they moved on to the land of Canaan. Compare Exodus 47 and Numbers 1:1. Within the framework of biblical chronology, this was during the second half of the second millennium BC. Okay, so right. So God gave the legend in the Sinai desert. So that's what we mentioned, right? We had our list of journeys here. So they're still in the Sinai desert, in the desert of Sinai, between Exodus 19:2 and Numbers 10:2. They're still in the Sinai desert. Okay. And the first month of the second year. Okay. We'd have to get the timing on that. I can't. Then, okay, what happens if I do that? I'm just getting used to this tool, so just forgive me for a second. Okay, now I can scroll. That's a little bit weird, but all right, whatever. Okay, so I can't scroll, and that's what happens if I do this. 1 second here. Just give me a second. It might work. Wait, I have an idea. So it's going to work like so. All right, we'll just deal with that. Okay, so literary setting. So we're reading here now under literary setting. Some major features of Leviticus relate to similar aspects of other ancient Near Eastern texts. This sucker up again. Okay. Divine speech in a narrative setting. Instructions for the performance of rituals and festivals. Rules for priests and other persons regarding their treatment of sacred things. Laws grouped by topic, blessings and curses after laws. Okay, fine. 1 second here. I think I can do it like this. Okay, that makes my life a little bit easier. So, okay. All right, fine, good enough. So we'll check back in here with this commentary every so often and see what this guy has to say. Okay. Now let's begin in Leviticus. Any questions? Any comments? So Stereos say it kept the destroyer from killing the firstborn when it was released in the land, so nothing to do with sin, only deliverance. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Okie doke. So let's begin. Okay. So we're in Leviticus chapter 1, verse 1. And it says, Vayikra el Moshe. Vaydaber Yahweh elau me'ohel mo'ed lemor. So so Yahweh called out to Moshe from where? From the Ohel Mo'ed, right? We saw in the previous chapter, we saw in Exodus that he, as we mentioned, right, that he had now descended down to the Ohel Mo'ed, the tent of meeting, and his glory was emanating from the tent of meeting. So that's now where he's speaking to Moshe from the tent of meeting. Okay, verse 2. דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם אדם כי יקריב מכם קורבן ליהוה מן הבהמה מן הבקר ומן הצאן תקריבו את קורבנכם. So anyone who wants to bring a sacrifice, okay, and we'll talk about the etymology for the meaning of this word lahakriv, okay, it comes from the underlying root karov, which means close, okay, so it means to bring close, right? How do they translate it here? Bring, just bring, okay, but let's open this up just so again we can get some perspective and maybe we can come up with a better translation. Approach. One second. Present. One second here. All right, we'll just approach. All right, cause to bring forth, cause to approach. So lakriv means to bring close, basically, right? It's karov. The underlying root is karov, karav. Let's see if we can find that here. There's a lot of information here, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Anywho, the underlying root is kuf resh bet or vet, okay, and it means close. Okay, even in modern Hebrew, if you want to say, the store is close to the home, you say chanut karov labayit. Okay, karov means close. So lakriv means to bring close or to cause to approach. Okay, it's in what's called the causative form of the verb. I'm not going to get into that. If you know what that is, the hefil form, right? So to bring close or to cause to make close. Okay, it basically means to bring. You could say just to bring a sacrifice. Okay, so anyone among you or any person among you who wants to bring, so literally bring close a korban. So korban is usually translated as a sacrifice, but again, that's a bad translation. Okay, how do they translate it here? An oblation. I don't even know what the word oblation means. Let's look that up. A thing presented or offering of to God or God, religious offering. So maybe an offering is the best, right? Not a sacrifice, but an offering, right? Because that implies, offering it or bringing it close. Okay. Yeah, good enough. We'll go with an offering. Okay. So anyone who wants to bring close, who wants to bring an offering, okay. But literally, korban is that which is brought close. Okay, so bring that which is brought close. But yeah, that which you're going to offer to God, li Yahweh, mina behema. So anyone who wants to bring from the behema. So this is now behema are domesticated animals, but really it means it's really implying the mammals. Okay, is what it's implying here. So basically, what this verse is telling us is that if you want to bring a mammal sacrifice, okay, then you have two choices. You can bring from the tzon and you can bring from the bakar. Okay, those are the two choices you have to bring a mammal sacrifice. Okay, we're also going to see you can bring bird sacrifices. You can bring grain sacrifices. Okay, and that pretty much covers it. Okay, so you've got the mammals. There's no such thing as a fish sacrifice. Okay, there's no such thing as bringing a codfish to the altar. I guess it's an interesting question, which I've actually never pondered before. Why not, right? Why can you bring animal or mammal sacrifices and bird sacrifices, but you can't bring a fish sacrifice? Well, first of all, maybe fish stink. A dead fish doesn't smell too well. Not that a dead cow or a dead chicken does, but I guess it doesn't have that stinky fish smell. But I think another reason is maybe it just wasn't considered, high enough life form to be ra'ui, to be worthy of being brought as a sacrifice, brought as an offering to God. That would be my opinion, right? But we do see pretty much all of the other, types. We've got the mammals, we've got the birds that can be brought, but no fish. Okay, but if you do want to bring a mammal sacrifice, then you have two choices. Okay, bakar and so on. So let's go to our list of animal terms, which we did mostly last year. Let's find them. Here's our animal terms, and let's see what we get, right? So we have tzon there. Okay, so tzon means from the flock. Okay, and that includes either basically sheep or goats. Okay, the sheep or the goats, right? Those are flocks, right? As opposed to bakar, which are the herd animals. Herd animals are basically bulls, cows, right? Basically cows, bulls and cows. Okay, cattle. Okay, so you want to bring a mammal sacrifice, you can either bring one of the flock animals or one of the herd animals, either a sheep or a goat or a bull slash cow, right? Those are the two choices. What can't you bring? You can't bring a donkey, okay? You can't bring a dog, which is mentioned later on explicitly, or at least the price of a dog is mentioned. You can't bring what would be another. You can't bring a camel, right? Basically, you can bring only kosher animals. Is basically what this is saying, right? Are there any other mammals which are kosher? Not really, right? I mean, basically, split hooves, chew cud. That basically includes either the flocks, the sheep, goats, or cattle, right? Yes, I know it includes giraffes or something like that, but it's not like Israelites who are running around with a whole bunch of giraffes, right? But basically includes sheep, goats, or cows, what I'll call cows. Okay? Bulls or cows. So that's what you can bring, okay? Basically kosher animals. Now, this is interesting because we possibly could not take an aquarium around with them everywhere. That's true. But how could they take birds around with them, right? What do they go with? If they can run around with birds, they can run around with fish as well. But what do they walk around with bird cages, or the birds just follow them around? And plus, really, the sacrificial system, yes, it one could argue starts out in the desert, but really all of these laws are from when you enter the land of Israel, right? But that is a good point. Fair enough. They're not going to walk around with. But I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason is that it's too low a life form. There is definitely a hierarchy of life forms, in the Torah, and the fish are definitely the lower than the birds. Okay, as any thinking being would know, right? You can create more of a relationship with a goat than you can with a chicken, and more of a relationship with a chicken than you can with a goldfish, even though goldfish are nice to look at. Okay, any rate, but maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it has to do with it just not being respectful to put a smelly fish, throw a smelly fish on the altar. That's what I think. Any rate, this is my personal opinion because we don't know for sure. Okay, but we do see that within the mammals, they have to be basically kosher mammals. Okay, this is as opposed to the substances which are used to build the tabernacle, right? Which we mentioned many times, such as tchelet, which may very well be a snail, the murex, now they call it the hexaplex trunculus, perhaps, or perhaps not, or the tola'at shani, usually translated as scarlet, but it really means worm scarlet, not worm, but tola'ah means worm, but they say, and we studied, maybe it comes from a scale bug, or it did come from a scale bug in ancient times, or the argaman, the purple, the violet, which very probably was the hexaplex trunculus, right? We mentioned the Phoenicians and their production of Tyrian, the production of Tyrian purple, etc. Right? So the substances that we use to dye fabrics or to make the fabrics did not necessarily have to be kosher, it would seem. Okay, but the animals that are brought as sacrifices have to be tahor. They have to be kosher. What we would call in this day and age kosher, right? Okay. Now we also know, if we want to go down that route, I won't go back to the actual verses, but we know that when Noah brought onto the ark animals, he brought one pair of non-kosher animals, right? And he brought 7 pairs of kosher animals, right? Why? They're not. It's never called kosher. It's called tahor and tamei, right? Basically, clean and unclean, or some say pure and impure, right? But we'll call them kosher and unkosher. Okay. So why did he bring 7 pairs of kosher animals? Ostensibly because he would need them for sacrifices. That's what I think. I don't think it says that explicitly, but that would be my guess, right? You need a lot more of those because they're food, they're sacrifices, they're acceptable for eating, and they're acceptable for bringing sacrifices, right? And obviously, if we take the story of Noah at face value, obviously he had a sense already of he had a sense of kosher foods, right? Because they're explicitly called in that story the pure animals, right? The kosher animals, right? So this idea of kashrut, at least in terms of animals, and what types of animals, or at least mammals, it was acceptable to eat, already goes back at least to the time of Noah. Okay. All right. Okay, interesting point. So Stereo says, something interesting I noticed about fish and creation was that they were spoken into existence, not formed from the earth. Also, they are not all destroyed in the flood. Okay. Well, they're definitely their own category. As someone who recently got his master's degree in marine biology, that's me. Yes, I can brag a little bit every now and then. It's not bragging. I really enjoyed the course of study. But yes, last fall I completed, after 2 years of study, my master's degree in marine biology. And one thing I can definitely say is sea creatures, they have their own thing going on. They are something completely different from anything that we see in the sky or on the earth. That's for sure. It is a beautiful and bizarre world down there. Okay. So Samach Yadol. Okay, so we said that those are the 2 types, right? Either the flocks or the herds. Okay. Okay, so maybe we should make a list. Okay, let's make a list. I don't want to go too crazy on this. Let's see, do we have anything from last year? Numbers, scripts, interesting. Okay. Let's make a new tab. And we'll call it Leviticus Laws. Leviticus Laws. Okay, and let's just get a list of these various laws. Okay, so we have in Leviticus 1:2. Okay, Leviticus 1:2, and we'll just summarize like this above. So first, actually, let me do it like this. Just get the same formatting. Whoa. What did I just do? Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. So Leviticus Laws. Here, laws in Leviticus. In Leviticus. Okay, we have good verse. And then we just have really the law. Okay. need to add anything else later, we always can. Delete. And verse and the law. Erase this, and erase this. And so we have Leviticus, what do we say? So it's Leviticus 1, 2. And the law is, if okay, if you want to bring a mammal as an offering, it must be kosher. It must be from the herd, meaning cow, or the flock, sheep. Okay, so that's it. Leviticus 1, 2. All right, so that's our first law. Let's move on. Okay, verse 3. Im ola korbano min habakar zachar tamim yakrivenu el petah ohel moed yakriv oto lirtzono lifnei Yahweh. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of different things here. So first of all, it says im ola korbano. So what is an olah? An olah we're going to learn about more later. It's usually translated as a burnt offering. Okay, I think a better translation is a fully burnt offering. The entire animal is burnt on the altar. Okay, so maybe we'll call it a fully burnt offering. Okay, im olah korbano mina bakar. Zachar tamim yakrivenu l'petach oel moed yakriv oto litzonol v'tzamach yidon. 1 second. So it's let me just see here. I just want to see how Robert Alter translates this one. This is Leviticus 1, 3. Okay, so if the offering is a burnt offering, an unblemished male from the herd shall bring. Okay, shall he bring it forward? Okay, so I guess what it's saying is you can't. The only type of, if it's a burnt offering, okay, and we will talk about burnt offerings. I won't get into them right now. Okay, but if it's a burnt offering, then mina bakar, then it has to be. It can't be from the flock. Apparently, we can always adjust these laws later if we see something that contradicts what we're writing. It has to be from the herd, meaning it has to be a bull or a cow, and it has to be zachar, it has to be a male. And tamim, it means unblemished. Tamim means perfect or complete. It basically is usually translated as unblemished. See, they translated here without blemish. All right, so the basic law here is for burnt offering, and this is Leviticus 1, 3. Okay, I'm not going to pick everything out of there, but for Leviticus 1, 3. So for burnt offering, for a fully burnt offering, larger. There we go. For fully burnt offering, the animal must be male from the herd, meaning a bull or a cow. Okay? That's the essence of that law. Okay? So for other types of offering, so in general, right, for korban, for an offering, it's got to be, if it's going to be from if it's going to be a mammal, right, then it's got to be either from the herd or the flock. It's either got to be a bull, cow, or sheep, goat. But if it's a burnt offering, a specific type of offering, which we'll get to, then it must be a male. I should add an unblemished male. Okay. I think I can solve this. Wait 1 second here. Yikes. Uh-huh. Oh, what did I do? Okay, wait 1 second. No, I've got to make this smaller. 1 second, please. Let's go back up. 125, good enough. That's not going to jump. Okay. Let me extend this out here. Okay. So that should do it. All right. So for a fully burnt offering, the animal must be an unblemished male. The animal must be an unblemished male from the herd. Okay, doke. That's that. That's 1-3. Okay, verse 4. Samach yado al rosh ha'olah ונרצה לו לכפר עליו. Okay, so he shall rest his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, ונרצה לו, and it shall be desired for him, meaning God will accept it. It will be accepted by God for him, לכפר עליו, to atone for him. Okay, who's the him? Samach yado, right? Is that Aaron? Is that the priest that lays his hand on the burnt offering? No, it's not. Okay, because it says here, Adam, any person, right? Really, mikem, from among you. So really an Israelite, but here any person from among you, right? So that's the subject of all of these laws here for now, right? So this law is basically saying that for a burnt offering, the person who is bringing the burnt offering, right? And usually you bring well, we'll see when we bring burnt offerings and other types of offerings, and we'll make charts and all that kind of fun stuff, right? But if a burnt offering is brought, then the person bringing the offering lays his hand on the head of the animal, and then this serves as atonement. In other words, it's almost like he's transferring his sin or his actions onto the head of the animal, right? The animal is killed instead of him. Okay? So let's add that. So this is Leviticus 1:4. Okay. So again, for fully burnt offering, or fully burnt offering. And actually, I'm going to do this a little bit different. For a burnt offering, okay, person. Is it only me, or is there anyone else that hates the Apple laptop keyboards? This keys, like in the old keyboards, like back in the 90s, right? The keys, like, I don't know, they were very distinct. Here it's almost like tapping on it's a flat surface, and I don't know, I'm just complaining and bitching, moaning. My apologies. I just hate the Apple laptop keyboards. I love everything about the Apple. I buy only Apple, but that's one thing I can't stand. The keyboards, it's almost like tapping on a screen. All right. So what are we saying here? So the main, to stick out the main essence here, okay? Geez. Again, for a fully burnt offering, the person bringing offering lays or must lay his hand on the head of the animal in order to gain atonement, whatever atonement means. One of those words that means nothing until we define it. So we're not going to define it right now. Okay. So let's add another column here. Okay. So whenever I do these kind of spreadsheets, they always grow organically, right? We suddenly realize, or I suddenly realize, or whoever, someone suggests to me, let's add another column that fleshes it out a little more. So this is going to be type of offering. So let's say offering type. Okay, so for here we have, this is for all offerings. Okay, this is for burnt offering. And this is for a burnt offering. Okay. And let me get rid of this extra closing paragraph. Okay. And I've got to go back here. Make this a little bit narrower. Go back here. And now we're good. Okay. So there we go. Okay. All right. Moving right along. Verse 5. ושחט את בן הבקר לפני יהוה, ויקריבו בני אהרון הכהנים את הדם, וזרקו את הדם על המזבח סביב אשר פתח אוהל מועד. Okay, so we have a number of things here. So the person who brings the sacrifice, he's the one who kills the animal, right? That's what it would seem to me. Let's just check this out. Let's see what Robert Alter has to say. Yeah, definitely seems to say the same thing. He has a comment there. Let's check out Robert Alter's comments. It's page 876. Okay, and let's go to the comments. So Robert Alter has to say, so the person presenting the offering butchers the animal, and then the priests take charge of laying out the parts on the altar and burning them. So that's exactly what it's saying, right? So I guess you better be an expert butcher, and I guess everyone in ancient Israel was an expert butcher, because as I've noticed from living in a very agricultural area where I live right now, everybody knows about how to grow things, how to raise animals. They're just like naturally born farmers. So if they ever tell me something, like 2 weeks ago, we have broccoli growing out in the backyard, and one of the neighbors came by and said, "Oh, your broccoli's ready. You have to pick it." And I was thinking to myself, "No, it looks like it can use another couple of days." But I said to myself, you know what? If these people tell me the broccoli's ready, the broccoli's ready. That's it. I don't argue with them. They grew up. They know everything there is to know about plants, animals, cows, sheep, especially sheep around here, pigs around here also, but that's another story. So if they tell me pick the broccoli, I pick the broccoli. Okay. So so שחט את בן הבקר לפני יהוה, והקריבו בני אהרון הכהנים את הדם, וזרקו את הדם על המזבח סביב אשר פתח אוהל מועד. So we have two basic laws here, and maybe I'll separate them now. Right. Yeah, I'll leave them in the same line. Okay, so this is, first of all, this is Leviticus 1:5. And we are speaking about a burnt offering here. Maybe I will separate it out into two separate laws, because there really are two separate laws here. Okay, the person bringing the offering must butcher the animal himself. Yeah, we'll make it one. And then give it to the Kohen. Okay, we'll make it two. Kohen. All right. So he butchers the animal himself. And then the Kohen takes the blood and throws it, sprinkles it ala mizbeach saviv asher petach oel moed. He sprinkles it on the altar. Literally, again, altar is really a bad kind of translation. Mizbeach comes from the word zevach. Zevach is a slaughter, right? A slaughtering. So basically, the slaughtering stage, slaughtering altar. But we'll just go with altar. but mizbeach implies the slaughtering altar, right? Zavach means to slaughter or kill in the sense of an animal. Okay, so the Kohen takes the animal. Once the person who has brought the animal has placed his head on it and then killed the animal himself, right? Very symbolic, right? It's almost like you're transferring your sins onto this animal. Then by slaughtering the animal, you're kind of symbolically saying, well, I should die. I deserve to die, but God's not going to do that to me because he's kind and merciful. So instead, this animal is going to die in my place. As an animal lover, I've never really connected with the whole animal sacrifice thing, but that's a whole different thing. All right. Right. So the Kohen then takes the blood and throws it all around the altar. And the altar is noted to be Asher Petach Ohel Moed, at the entrance to the tent of meeting, right? So the altar is not really exactly at the tent of meeting, right? So it's okay. So again, the tabernacle. Tabernacle layout. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. Diagram. Right, so let's bring one up. Okay, so there we go on the right. Okay, so we see, what is it coming up? Good enough. Hello. Okay. One second. There goes the internet acting funny again. Oh God. All right. At any rate, the altar is, when it says that the entrance of the tent of meeting, right? So the tent of meeting is this area over here. So it's outside in the courtyard, right? Around the tent of meeting. All right, enough. Okay, so right. So the Kohen, takes slaughtered animal, well, takes the blood of the slaughtered animal and dashes it all around the altar. Sacrifice, the altar. Sacrifice. Okay, so that's that law. Okay, let's add a number just so we can refer here when we want to. Okay, no, we don't want to do it that way. We want to do it, yeah, we do want to do it that way. Insert one column left. Transfer this over here. Grab this. Okay, number, law, number, just arbitrary number, but just if we want to refer to it, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 5 laws at this point, right? Whoa. Better. Let's straighten this out. That. That. And then over here, this has to go like so. There we go. Okay. So we have 5 laws so far. The Kohen takes the blood of the slaughtered animal and dashes it all around the altar of sacrifice. Okay, that's that. Verse 6. Okay. Wayivshit it rolan wanitach uta le ni tacheha. Okay, so oops, it's up to here. So he hifshit, it means like literally to undress, but it basically means to skin, I guess. Let's see how Robert Alter translates that one. Flay. So I guess flaying means the same as skinning, right? Let's just get a definition of flay. Find flay. Internet will agree to work. Of course it's not. Oh my God, this is horrible. infuriating, actually. Very much internet. Oh, so slow. I can't even get it can't even come up. Let's try that again. To strip the skin off a corpse or carcass. So basically, carcass basically means to skin. Okay, right. Okay, so right. So so he flays or skins the animal, and he cuts it up into pieces, basically. Okay, so that's this. So that's Leviticus 1:6. So we have 6. This is Leviticus 1:6. Still talking about only a burnt offering at this point. Okay. The Kohen skins the animal or the carcass, and cuts it pieces. Okay. Leviticus 1:7. ונתנו בני אהרון הכהן אש על המזבח וערכו עצים על האש. So literally the children of Aaron, meaning the Kohanim, place fire on the altar. They make a fire on the altar, וערכו עצים על האש, and they arrange wood on the fire. So I think there's a fire pretty much always going, but I guess it's making sure that the fire is, or just pointing out the fact that there's a fire going there. I think we can skip that one. I think that's just that's not really an explicit law. I think it's just basically saying that there should be a fire going, right? It's kind of a side law. I don't know if we should put that in. Debating. No, I'm going to skip that one. And let's go to verse 8. וערכו בני אהרון הכהנים את הניתוחים, את הראש ואת הפדר על העצים אשר על האש אשר על המזבח. So okay, so then Aaron, so the Kohanim, they arrange the pieces and it speaks about two specific pieces: the head and the pader, which is usually translated as the fat, but we'll take a look at that in a second. So they arrange the head and the fat on the wood, which is on the fire, which is on the altar of slaughter. Okay, let's get a translation there. So the head and the fat. Okay, so they place the head and the fat on the wood, which is on the fire. Okay. So again, we're talking still about a burnt offering. This is now Leviticus 1:8. So the Kohen places the head and the fat of the animal on the wood, which is on the fire on the altar. Which is on the altar. So maybe the previous verse is saying that they have to put new wood there, right? The fire is already going, but they put new wood right there, and then they place the animal on the wood. But we'll just leave it. Okay. And then we have other parts of the animal. Verse 9, V'kirbo, V'kira'av yirchatz b'mayim, V'iktir ha'kohen et ha'kol ha'mizbechacha, Ola ishe reach nichoach le'Yahweh. Okay? So then the kirbo, that is the innards see how Robert Alter translates that one. 9. Yep, innards. Ukira'au. That's the legs. So the innards and the legs are washed. He washes them in water. And then he puts all of it, all of the rest of the animal. Okay, so he washes. So really, there are 2 laws here. Okay. Right. So the first is that the innards and the legs get washed in water. I'm not sure why specifically the innards and the legs, but this is Leviticus 1:9. Burnt offering. The innards and the legs are washed in water, and then the entire rest of the animal, entire rest of the animal is burnt on the altar. Okay. Okay. So ishe reach nichoch liyahweh. So it's a fire or fire offering, a sweet smelling scent to Yahweh. So just as when you're walking down the street and you pass by your neighbors and they're barbecuing in the backyard, and even though I'm pretty much a vegetarian, I still get very tempted when I smell a barbecue, right? So, and you want to jump over the fence and go have some of the barbecue. It's, I guess, the same idea here, right? God smells it, and it's a sweet smelling scent. But of course, it's not meant literally here. I guess the idea here is that the Israelites, I guess it's meant literally in the sense that yes, it does make a tempting scent, shall we say, but at the same time, maybe the sweet smelling scent is the fact that the Israelites are bringing these sacrifices, right? That's what's sweet to God's quote unquote nose. Okay. All right. So that's that. Now, we'll go on a little bit more. גם כי יקריב מכם קורבן ליהוה מן הבהמה, מן הבקר ומן הצאן תקריבו את קורבן לאימולה, קורבנו מן הבקר, זכר תמיד. Okay, so I'm going to now go back and correct the law, because now we're talking still down here about a burnt offering, and now we're talking about if it's going to be from the flocks, in other words, a goat or a sheep. Okay, so Hebrew is the future tense in Hebrew, or the imperfect tense in Hebrew, can express a number of different kind of moods or ideas. And so without context, let's go back here. I'd assume that it was a commandment saying that it must be an unblemished male from the herd or the cow. And why is this bold? Someone bold that? What's going on here? This is up here 10. Here. Whoa. That seems about right. Okay. So, but that's not really what it's saying. Okay. It's not that it must be an unblemished male from the herd or the cow. What it's really saying, if we go back here, Im ola korbano min habakar, zachar tamim yakrivenu el petach ohel moed. Okay. So really, this is the this is really the if statement here. Okay. So if it's a burnt offering from the herds, so let's go back and change that. So if it's a burnt offering from the herd, that's a bull or a cow, then the animal must be an unblemished male. Okay, so it's not saying that it must be from the herd. Okay, because we saw earlier, we saw in Leviticus 1:2 that it can be from the herd or the flock. Okay, but we said that was for all types of offerings, and then we went into burnt offerings. But really, Leviticus 1:3 is saying, and I now correct myself, that im ola korbanon mina bakar. Okay, so if it's going to be a fully burnt offering, a burnt offering from the herd, then zachar tamim yakrivenu el patachod moed yakriv oto litzoron lifnei Yahweh. Then it must be zachar tamim. It must be an unblemished male. Okay, because now in verse 10, now we get down to a burnt offering, and from the context, we're still talking about a burnt offering. Okay. So now it can also be from the flocks, meaning a goat or a sheep. So if it is from the flocks, okay, mina kormano, mina kvasim, o min ha'ezim, le'olah, zachar tamim yakrivenu. So it's the same thing. So if it's going to be a goat or a sheep, then it also has to be an unblemished male. Okay, unblemished means it doesn't have any, it's not missing a leg, or it doesn't have any, it's basically a good looking, a fine looking animal, right? So that is Leviticus 1:10. Leviticus 1:10. We're still talking about burnt offerings here. And second here, let's go back down like that. So we're still talking about, and I can extend this out. There we go. So it's a fully burnt offering, and it's basically the same thing. So for a fully burnt offering from the flock, and that's a sheep or a goat, the animal must be an unblemished male. And now let's add another column here. And let's adjust this. Adjust. Format, alignment, wrapping, wrap. Okay. And let's just add here. Comments. So what we want to say here is see or same as for one of the herd, or a herd animal, see Leviticus. Perfect. So that's Leviticus 1:10. Okay, verse 11. ושחט אותו על ירך המזבח צפונה לפני יהוה, וזרקו בני אהרון הכהנים את דמו על המזבח סביב. So here we have an extra law that we didn't see earlier. So if it's from the flock, שחט אותו על ירך המזבח צפונה, it has to be slaughtered on the on the north side of the altar. Okay, again, let's get a map. So where's our tabernacle? Why is this not? Tabernacle map. Tabernacle. All right, let's try this again. Okay, follow this map. That's nice. Maybe this one. Yeah, but you can't really see. Oh boy. Get a better one. Okay, this one's nice and clear. Okay, and this even shows the directions. So, okay, so on the north side of the altar, right? So where's the north side of the altar? We could see it's over here. Okay, that's the north side of the altar. Okay, why the north side of the altar? I don't know. Maybe we can get some commentary on that and try to figure out why. We can look at what tribes were situated on the north side of the camp. But with this internet so slow, I can't even do this. This is really pissing me off. Okay. Shalom Mar Yanana Miknana, also known as Marianne. Very nice to have you here. Okay, so all right, we'll let that do its thing. Okay, but it's on the north side of the altar. Why? I think when the various the situation or the positioning of the tribes around the tabernacle is mentioned, I think the north side is mentioned first. We'll check that out in a second. Okay, so at any rate, maybe we won't. Maybe we're just going to get too far off track. So at any rate, if it's going to be from the flocks, meaning a sheep or a goat, so the person, once again, it's the person who brings the offering that's slaughtering it, but he's slaughtering it. And again, we are in Leviticus 1:11 now. Leviticus 1:11. This is burnt offering. Let's add another column here. Okay. And we'll call this animal type. Animal type. So here we have bull or cow. Basically, we have herd, right? So this is all going to be from the herd, not the hearth, the herd. Okay, down to here. So this is all going to be herd. And now we start here with flock. Oh, here we have herd or flock. Herd. Okay, good. So now, so what do we say here? Okay, so the person bringing the offering, let's just copy this. So the person bringing the offering must butcher the animal on the north side of the altar. Slaughter. Okay. And then the Kohen takes over. So that's basically a repetition of this law here. So let me just copy and paste from here to here. Oh, no, let's try it again. There we go. Okay, so this is still Leviticus 1:11. This little thing here. This has to be larger. And then we're going to freeze these two rows. Format. Tools, no, view, freeze. 2 rows. Okay, so right. So this is the Kohen takes the blood. Okay, so what does it say here? So it's basically the same thing. Okay, the Kohen takes the blood of the slaughtered animal, dashes it all around the altar of sacrifice. Okay, so it's basically the same thing. So again, here we have same as for herd animal. Same as for herd animal, and we want to see this time, see Leviticus 1:5. Okay, cool. That's that. Let me send a little bit. It just looks like a mess. So let's not do that. Okay, so actually I can bring these in a little bit. I can bring this one in a little bit. Just a little bit more room. Good enough. Okay, so that's that. So that's Leviticus 1:11. And we'll go, as soon as we finish this chapter, we'll get into some commentary. We won't go on to the next chapter without taking a little break, kind of summing up, getting into some commentary, etc. But let's try to organize, get our laws down, okay, so we can see them in a nice kind of orderly manner, and then we can take it from there. Okay. Right. So that was Leviticus 1:11. Leviticus 1:12. וניקח אותו לנתחו ואת ראשו ואת פדרו וערך הכהן אותם על העצים אשר על האש אשר על המזבח. So now we get the same thing as basically with the it doesn't say explicitly to skin it, but cut it up into pieces. So let's just grab that one. So it doesn't say skins this time, it just says cuts it up to pieces. So the Kohen cuts it into pieces, and then we have its head and its fat. Basically, the Kohen cuts up the animal, and I guess you can say it implies skins and cuts up. It's just not going to repeat itself, the Torah, because it's implied from earlier verse. So cuts up the animal into pieces and places the head and the fat on the fire, on the wood which is on the fire. Okay, so we can pretty much combine these two. Let me just, okay, cuts it into pieces. So it cuts the animal into pieces and places the head and the fat on the wood, which is on the fire, which is on the altar. I think that pretty much sums it up. Okay. And that is Leviticus 1:12. Okay. So that's Leviticus 1:12. That's a burnt offering of the herds. So we just have to change this to 1:12. Okay. And that is now our 12th law. Okay. And this is not herd, this is flock. This is flock. Okay. Then 1:13. Wait. Hakerev. Hakiraim. So it's the same thing as before. Kirbo. There it says his innards, but here it says the innards. Hakiraim. Yirchatz b'mayim ikriv hakon et kol v'yiktira mizbeach olah hu ishe reach nichoch liYahweh. So it's basically the same law. So the head and the fat of the animal, no, the innards and the legs are washed in water. And then the entire, see, this is ambiguous, in the entire animal is burnt on the altar. Oh, see, I don't know how to phrase it. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's just copy this. The innards and the legs are washed in water, and then the entire animal is burnt on the altar. Kriv HaKohen et hakol v'yiktira mizbecha olah hu ishe reach. And we'll say is a sweet smelling fire offering to Yahweh. Let's just add that. Burnt on the altar as a sweet smelling, again, think barbecue, your neighbor barbecuing, and you want to hop over the fence and join them. A sweet smelling, and I say that as a vegetarian, a sweet smelling fire offering to Yahweh. Okay? Let's copy that one. This is exactly the same. Okay. Almost word for word. And we could say same as for a herd animal. See Leviticus 1:9. Okay, and that was Leviticus 1:13. So let's copy this here. Can you put stuff in there? Thank you. That's Leviticus 1:13. 1:14. Now we get down to the chickens. No, the flying things. Oath literally means the flying things. In fact, it doesn't even only mean birds. It can mean anything that flies in the sky, such as an insect, a bat. A bat is not a bird, right? A bat is a mammal. But in this case, we're going to see it's only going to be two types, which I don't know if they're mentioned here, but they'll be mentioned down the road. Okay. So, okay. Now we get down to the birds. So let me just see one thing here. Okay, so I assume this is still talking about a burnt offering. I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, yes. So this is now interesting. So we're going to get to the birds, but before we get to the birds, let me point something out, right? Up here it said, okay, if you want to bring a korban, well, let's look at our list of laws, okay? So Leviticus 1:2 said, okay, so here it first said from the behema, right? From the mammals, basically, domesticated mammals, okay? So that covers, the domesticated mammals covers from here down to here, okay? So maybe we should add another one. Category, animal category. Category. Okay. And we'll say, I love how these things over time grow and kind of like organically. So this is really domesticated mammals. Right? And that applies all the way down to here. So I'll just leave it as that. Okay, domesticated mammals. We could just say mammals. It's understood. Okay. Yeah. Is it necessary? No, it's not necessary. I'm just going to leave it as mammals. It's understood. Yeah, I'll put it all. Yeah, I won't. Okay, so then over here, now we get down to the birds, okay? The flying things, okay? I'll just say birds, even though oath really means flying things, okay? So we'll say birds. Starting here, the animal category is the birds. Okay. The animal type is not specified, unless you want to say the animal type is the birds, but we'll leave that as the animal category. Yeah, I might change it afterwards, but we'll leave it like this. So now, starting in Leviticus 1:14, now we're talking about the birds. So let's fill this in. So we're in Leviticus 1:14. 1:14, we're still talking about burnt offerings. Okay. Animal type is not specified here, but the overall category is the birds. And so what do we have here? So up from here to here, we're talking about burnt offering mammals. First, the herd animals, meaning bulls or cows, and then the flock animals, meaning sheep or goats. Now we get onto the birds. So we have here, verse 14, min ha'of orla korbono liyahweh waikriv min hatorim. Oh, here's our types. Min hatorim o min bnei hayonah et korbano. Okay, so just as we saw, so we see excellent parallelism here. If you wanted to, my battery's about to die. Okay, if you wanted to, I'll have to take a break and plug in. If you wanted to do it from the animals, from the mammals, the domesticated mammals, then you have two choices: from the bakar, the herd animals, or the flock animals. Herd animals again are cows, basically bulls and cows. Flock animals are sheep or goats. So if you want to do it from the birds, now we're going to be given two types of birds, or two species, basically, maybe two types. Okay, hatorim, minatorim, or min bnei hayonah. Okay, so the Torah is usually translated as doves or turtle doves, and the Yonah is usually translated, I don't know, they have different translations, sometimes doves, sometimes pigeons. Okay, we'll look at a couple of different translations. Okay, but now that's what we're getting. So we have this parallelism. If you want to sacrifice from the mammals, domesticated mammals, okay, basically your farm animals, right, your farm mammals, then either from the herds or the flocks. Okay, if you want to do it from the birds, then it's either going to be the turtle dove or we'll go with pigeon. Okay, et korbano. All right. So let's get a translation or two. Let me plug in. Okay, just give me a second. I'm not going to put on the music, whatever, because I want to finish this chapter. Then maybe we'll take a little break. I'll be right back. Okay, just one more second, please. I'll be right back. All right, we'll plug it in. Okay, very good. So from the Torim or from the Bnei Hayonah, let's get a little bit of translation on this. We'll go with our Robert Alter, see how he translates them. So turtle doves and young pigeons is how he translates it. Let's see how Everett Fox translates it. So this is Leviticus 1:14. 245. Let's go to 100. Okay, so Leviticus 1:14. So he translates it as turtle doves, young pigeons. So he translates it exactly the same as Robert Alter, turtle doves or young pigeons. And it says b'nei yonah, the sons of pigeons, meaning young pigeons. So the same thing. Okay, turtle doves or young pigeons. Let's see how our new guy, where's our cultural, I've got to borrow it again. Borrow again. Oh, he's doing the NIV, I forgot. He's not doing a translation on himself. He's just doing the NIV, and the NIV translates it as turtle doves and young pigeons. Okay, so that's what we get. Turtle doves and young pigeons. Okay, so the animal type here is going to be turtle, dove, or young pigeon. Okay, fine. Good. Okay, so this is Leviticus 1:14. Second, let's do this. Okay, Leviticus 1:14. So if you want to sacrifice a bird, it's got to be either a turtle dove or a young pigeon. That's what Leviticus 1:14 says. Okay. Law. And let me just copy. So if you want to bring a bird, oops. If you want to bring a bird as an offering, not a weird, a bird as an offering, it must be a turtle dove or a young pigeon. Okay. And we're talking here again about burnt offerings, which really makes me think now that even though it doesn't mention explicitly in Leviticus 1:2, it really seems to be implying just burnt offerings, but it doesn't say it explicitly here. So we'll just leave that as it is, talking about any offering rather than a burnt offering, right? So over here I have all offering types. Maybe I should call this any rather than all. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so that's that. That's Leviticus 1:14. Oh, it's safety day today? So why are you not at safety day, Marianne? You are such an expert already, you don't need safety day. I got it. Okay, so by the way, is it really? Oh my gosh. By the way, Marianne is one of my close friends, my very close friends from the skydiving community. So what she's talking about when she mentioned safety day is at the beginning of the skydiving season in the United States. It usually opens with something called Safety Day, where they basically focus on all kinds of aspects related to safety in skydiving. Yeah, that's true. It's not pleasant. At least it's not 100 degrees, right? Okay. Okay, so now this is what you do if you want. So we know what types of birds you can bring. You can bring either we said a turtle dove or a young pigeon. So verse 15, rivo hakohen el hamizbeach malak et rosho wahiktir hamizbe hamizbeha wa nimsa damo al kir hamizbeach. Okay, so this time it's not the person, right? We saw with the mammals with the herd of the flock, that the person bringing the animal, he has to slaughter the animal himself, and then he hands the pieces over to the Kohen, right? Or he hands the results over to the Kohen, right? In this case, it's clear that it's not the person himself who, malak means to basically, how do they translate that? As like break the neck of, or like behead. How do they translate it again? Ring off. There we go. So it's not the person. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's the Kohen this time who is killing the animal. In the case of the mammal, the person who brings the animal is killing the animal, right? He's kind of like, he's putting his heads on the animal, and then he's slaughtering the animal, right? Because he's kind of transferring his sin over to the animal, and then the animal gets slaughtered symbolically on his behalf, right? You should have been slaughtered. You did something bad. You should have been slaughtered. You should have been killed. You deserve to be killed, but you're a human being. We don't just kill human beings indiscriminately, especially for things that really that are not deserving of death. But just to remind you that you really, you messed up, and maybe you should have been killed if I weren't a kind and merciful God. So you're going to put your hand on the animal. You're going to transfer your sin symbolically over the animal, remembering it really should have been you. And then you're going to slaughter the animal, really remembering you're the one who really should have been slaughtered. And then the Kohen, I'm going to take over and cut it up, throw it on the altar, etc. Okay, but in this case, it's the Kohen himself who takes the bird and wrings its neck, right? Wrings off its neck, basically beheads it, okay, with his hands. So why? Well, I guess the idea is that with a bird, you're not really transferring your sin in the same way as a cow or a goat or a sheep, right? It's not the same. Again, it's not that there's a hierarchy of life, right? This is a lower level animal, and you can't really transfer your sin over onto the bird. And we're going to see the bird is used for other things besides really transfer of sin. Okay, so just hold that in mind. But in this case, it's not the person who's going through that whole ritual of putting his hands on the animal and then killing the animal himself, right? He's giving the bird to the Kohen, and the Kohen is wringing its neck and throw Brandon on the altar. Hey, you can't say that. We're all going to get arrested. Don't say that. I wouldn't disgrace the altar by throwing him on there. Believe me, I would put him where the in the dung heap is where he belongs, not on the sacrificial altar. Okay. So in this case, a krivo Kohen. So let's add this. All right, the Kohen wrings the bird's neck. El המזבח, והקריב הכהן אל המזבח, מלק את ראשו והקטיר המזבחה, ונמסד דמו על קיר המזבח. Okay, so we have three things here. The Kohen wrings the bird's neck, burns the bird on the altar, and back here. Burns the bird on the altar, and what else do we say? When and throws, sprinkles. I don't like sprinkles. Casts blood on the side or on the wall of the altar. It's understood, altar of sacrifice. Oh, back here. Okay, right? So again, we're talking about animal category, animal type, turtle dove, young pigeon. We know that already. Facts, we don't really have to repeat it here. It's understood, right? Which means I don't have to repeat these here. It's understood. Repetition, which means I don't have to repeat these here. Boom, there we go. Okay, so okay. And that is Leviticus 1:15. Okay, still burnt offering. I don't even really have to repeat this. Okay, so that's that. All right. All right, Leviticus 1:16, and we're almost at the end of Leviticus 1, and then we'll do some summary, commentary, etc. Okay, verse 16. Wa hisir et mur oto no sotoa wa ishlich ota etzel hamizbech kedma el makom hadashen. Okay, so right, so you're going to remove its, what is it, morato? They usually translate this as, I think, like crop. I'm not a bird expert, but I think that means like, well, let's look it up. Crop of a void. Like the top part, right? And the internet's taking forever. As usual. Hello. Okay, well, there's the crop. What is the crop of a bird? There we go. So the crop is this area there. Let's get a definition. Crop, also known as the ingluvies, the ingluvies, the ingluvies, the ingluvies, 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 ingluvius, I don't know, is a muscular pouch located on the front of the bird's neck. So that's what a crop is, above the top of the chest or sternum. It is an enlargement of the esophagus and serves as a storage place for food. While present in most pet birds, not all birds have a crop. Okay, well, there you go. That's the crop, the ingluvius, the ingluvius. Okay, so you take off its crop. Let's see if Robert Alter translates it the same way. Remove its crop with its feathers. So you take off the crop. Again, I've never slaughtered a bird, so I don't know how that works. Can you just pull that sucker right out, I guess? I mean, it's pretty sad, but whatever. You've already beheaded the bird anyway, so it's running around like a chicken without its head. Like Brandon. You take its crop and its feathers. So you defeather it, and you take out its crop. And you basically pour it, you throw it onto the ash heap, the garbage heap, right? So, right. So so you take off its crop and its feathers, and you throw it on so kedma is the eastern side of the altar, right? Remember we said before that the bird had to be slaughtered on the northern side of the altar. We can go back to that. Okay. So on the eastern side of the altar is basically the ash heap, right? So I guess you just throw, I don't think it's burnt, obviously not, right? So you're removing it, you're beheading it, you're wringing its neck, maybe not beheading it, but killing it by wringing its neck. You're removing its crop and its feathers, and then you're throwing them the crop and the feathers on the ash heap, which is on the east side of the altar. All right, so let's write that up. Okay, so we're doing this. So this is Leviticus 1:16. Leviticus 1:16. Talking about burnt offerings, birds, blah blah blah. Okay, he removes it's the Kohen. The verse says he is good enough. He removes the bird's crop and the feathers, throws them on the ash heap, which is on the east side of the altar, and So המזבח קדמה אל מקום הדשן. Okay. Viktira mizbech v'nimsa damo al kira mizbech. Okay. So I guess before he throws it onto the altar, right? So, and throws them on the ash heap, which is on the east side of the altar. That's it. That's what this verse says. Okay. So when he's processing the bird originally, right? So it says in the previous verse in 15 that he wrings the bird's neck and then burns the bird on the altar and casts its blood on the side of the altar. Okay. Well, how can you remove the crop and the feathers after you've already thrown the bird onto the altar, right? So obviously this is not going in order. This is just talking, I would imagine, about the processing of the bird. So you wring the bird's neck, you remove its crop and its feathers, throw them on the ash heap. Unless maybe the crop and the feathers just remains after you burn it. I don't know. I've never burnt a bird to a crisp like that, so I don't know. I'm going to go with, but we'll look it up in a second maybe, right? So the Kohen takes the bird. Remember, the person does not slaughter the bird on his own, as opposed to the mammals. The Kohen takes the bird, wrings its neck, removes the feathers and the crop, throws them on the ash heap, and then takes the rest of the bird and then takes the blood, sprinkles it on the side of the altar, and then takes the rest of the bird and throws it on the altar, right? So with these burnt offerings, just to point out, these are all called burnt offerings. Basically, the entire animal, except for, right, small parts like the crop and the feathers, the entire animal is burnt on the altar. That's the idea of a burnt offering, an olah. An olah is literally, again, burnt offering is a bad translation. An olah, it's really a olah means to go up. So it's basically a sacrifice that goes up completely in flames, or that is burnt on the altar, and then it's sent. The smoke rises up, all of it, right? The entire bird is basically burnt on the altar, right? So olah means the whole thing is burnt up. Okay. Often in English they will translate this as a Holocaust offering. In fact, that's where we get the English word Holocaust from, right? Holocaust, hollow meaning complete. Like hollow, what would be another word that uses that meaning of the word hollow? Hollow, like I don't know, I can't think of anything. Hologram? No, hollow something. Hollow means complete in the Greek, I believe, and cost means burnt. So completely burnt. Okay, cost like caustic. If something is caustic, it burns you, right? It burns your skin, right? So Holocaust. So often this is translated as the Holocaust offering, right? Because the whole offering is burnt. It's a wholly burnt or a fully burnt offering. But literally in Hebrew, it implies it goes up. Everything goes up in flames, right? So you can call it maybe a goes up in flames offering would be maybe a hallelujah. So oh, nice try, Marianne. So but the Hebrew again implies it going up, like the whole thing goes up in flames, and then the scent rises up. The scent of the whole animal rises up as a sweet smelling scent to Yahweh, to God, right? Okay. So, anywho, and again, maybe I shouldn't say burnt. See, it's a bad, fully burnt, but goes up in flames. Goes up in flames offering. Oh, we'll just go with burnt, even though I don't like that translation. Okay. Anywho, so that was Leviticus 1:16, right? We did 1:16, and then the final verse in Leviticus 1, and then we're gonna do some commentary. So we have more processing of the bird here, which she saw. אותו בכנפיו, לא יבדיל, והתיר אותו הכהן המזבחה על העצים אשר על האש, עולה הוא אישה ריח ניחוח ליהוה. So shisa basically means to split, right? Like a if we see in Leviticus chapter 11. Where it speaks about the different it speaks about different kosher animals, and here it speaks about one that has one that has split hooves, right? So it says kol mafreset parsa v'shosa'at shesa parasot. Okay, so let's get a translation for that. Okay, so let's go over to the English here. So it's Leviticus 11. How do I go over to the English? Right, the NIV. So 11:3, right? So they just translate it as a divided hoof, but that's not really what it says. We should probably go for a better translation. Let's see different translations. We'll go to, is it parallel? Where's that kind of, there's one literal translation, International Standard, Young's literal translation. We want Leviticus 11. Okay, good. 3. Okay. So this is the beast which ye do eat out of all the beasts which are on the earth. Okay, and this is Leviticus 11:3. So here's the literal translation of that verse. Any dividing a hoof and cleaving the cleft of the hoofs, bringing up the cut among beasts, ye do eat. All right. So that's what it says here. Okay, divide the hoof and basically cleft or cleaving the cleft of the hoof. All right. So it's kind of repeating it. Okay. Perhaps for emphasis, but worry about that when we get to Leviticus 11. The point being that the Hebrew here is shosa'at shesa, right? Cleaving, or right? Split hooves, or we know, are one of the signs of quote unquote kosher animals. And the Hebrew is shosa'at shesa. Well, actually, first is mafreset parsa, which means split its hooves or has split hooves. The shosa'at shesa basically repeats that idea, cleaves the cleft of its hoofs. Okay. But the point being that this is the same word that's used here in Leviticus 1:17, right? What you're supposed to do to the bird. V'shisa oto. Okay, here shosa'at shesa, cleft hoofs, and here shisa oto. So you cleave it, okay? B'knafa v'lo yavdil, but you don't completely separate it. Lavdil means to separate, okay? So basically, again, I'm not an expert bird butcher. If someone here is an expert bird butcher, or any other type of butcher. So the blood was never put, that's correct. Yep, that is correct. The blood is always, if I'm not mistaken, is a very complicated system, but I'm quite sure, yes, the blood is always thrown, is always cast around the walls of the altar. The blood is drained and thrown on the sides of the altar. It's never burnt on the altar because the blood represents that's the part of the animal which basically is doing the atoning, right? It's the actual blood, right? That's why Christians, well, we won't get into that, but you know what the Christians do with that one. But the blood, yes, is never burnt on the altar. Okay, I believe that is correct. Okay, all right. So, but at any rate, so you're supposed to basically, I guess, cleave it, like you rip it apart. I don't know. I mean, I'm a vegetarian. I'm really not the best at trying to describe this, but I think I have watched. I watch a lot of cooking videos. I'm very into cooking and have been for like decades. So I think what you can do is like you take the chicken and you can kind of like pull it apart. Like you pull it apart and then you can like, it cooks better that way. When you pull it apart, then you can like put a weight on it and cook it, or you can just, cook it better. So I guess that's what it means. It's kind of, you cleave it, like you pull it apart, but you don't completely divide it into two pieces. Basically, that's what it's trying to say. But let's see what Robert Alter has to say about that one. Okay. So he shall tear it open by its wings. He shall not divide them. That's what Robert Alter says. Let's see what Everett Fox says. Everett Fox. He's to tear it open by its wings. He's not to divide it. Right? So in other words, you don't break it into two pieces, but you kind of like split it so that it's like flat. Okay? So you before you barbecue it. Okay. I am. Well, I don't know. Order a chicken to the house. Okay. So let's undo this one. Let's undo this one. So, okay. So that's what you do, right? You kind of like rip it apart, like rip it to make it flat, but you don't break it into two pieces, right? Because that would be disrespectful to break it into two pieces. Okay. So let's mark that down. And then we tir oto kohen, and then you burn it, or you. What's a better translation for Yitir. Yeah, they just translate as burn here. Burn it. The Kohen shall burn it on the altar, on the wood, which is on the fire. And it's a holocaust, a fully burnt, or an offering that goes up completely in flames. It's a fire offering, a sweet smelling scent to Yahweh, right? So let's just get this part of it here. Okay, so you kind of rip it apart by its wings. Okay, so how shall we say that? Let's use our own words here. Okay, he rips it open by its wings, but does not break it, not divide it into separate pieces. Okay. Okay, so that's Leviticus 1:17. That's a burnt offering. Birds, we know the types of birds. Okay. And then he burns it on the altar, on the wood, which is on the fire, right? But we said that above, right? It already said, so this is what we said before, right? It already said in verse 15 that he burns it on the altar. Why is it saying again that he burns it on the altar, right? The reason is, and that you have to know how the Torah expresses itself, right? So here it's basically saying, you can think of this as almost basically an introductory sentence, right? Or an overall general a directive, right? You burn it on the altar, but you throw the blood on the wall of the altar, right? You burn the bird on the altar, but you throw the blood on the wall of the altar. Now we're going to go into how to burn it on the altar. After you throw the blood on the altar, how to burn it on the altar. And that's what all these details are here. And then it gets to the actual point where then after you've processed it, you removed its crop, you've removed its feathers, you've pulled it apart by its wings, but you haven't broken it into separate pieces. Then you take that, and you've already thrown the blood on the wall of the altar. Then you take that flayed bird, right, that processed bird, that prepared bird, and then you actually burn it on the altar. That's what it's saying here. Okay, so let's add that. And maybe, let's see, example, compass hand, the inners and what, fully okay, the inners and then the entire, okay, rips it into, should I put it as the same one? Yours is divided into separate pieces. I'll put it in the same one. Now we'll do a separate one, even though it's the same verse. Okay. Then he burns the processed bird on the, get the wording right, on the altar, on the wood, which is on the fire, which is on the altar. On the altar, on the wood, on the wood, on the fire, on the altar, as a sweet smelling scent. Did I say this earlier? I didn't. Here it is. Sweet smelling fire offering to Yahweh. There's a sweet smelling fire offering to Yahweh. Okay. There we go. And that's it. We have now done Leviticus chapter 1. Let me put an underline here. Underline. There we go. Maybe we'll color code this. Leviticus 1. Let's give this a little color. Oh, I don't know. Light blue. Let's go with light red. That's too dark. Good enough. No, undo. Here, here. Fine. Okay, so that's Leviticus 1, right? Okay, right. And we've got to go through, how far are we going here? What was it? We're supposed to go up to Leviticus 5. We're not going to get anywhere near that. We'll be lucky if we get through 2. But we'll do what we can do. Okay, so this is grain offerings. Leviticus 3 is peace offerings, sin offerings, sins requiring a sin offering. Okay, so that's Leviticus 1. Let's see if we can maybe get some commentary. I would like to go on to Leviticus 2 so we can kind of, again, categorize these laws. But these are the laws, right? So we've come up with 18 laws, chai laws in Leviticus chapter 1. There they are. We've spoken about mammals and birds are the 2 main types of animals that can be brought to the altar. Of the mammals, it can either be the herd or the flock. And if it's a bird, it can either be a turtle dove or a young pigeon. Okay? And we went through all of those. Okay. Oh, I am not doing so good hearing this. I love you, but I may have to depart with all this slaughter. I don't like it either, Marianne. I'm not a big fan. I'm a vegetarian, basically. So I agree with you, but that's an interesting point, which we could talk about, which is this is without going into a whole long diatribe, this is the way that in ancient times or in the ancient Near East, right? The Iron Age, I guess specifically, or the end of the Bronze Age, beginning of the Iron Age. This is the way that nations worshipped their gods or communicated with their gods. They brought animal sacrifices. Okay, it wasn't just the Israelites; it was most or maybe all of the surrounding nations. Okay, and so we have to understand, in my opinion, we have to understand it in that context. Okay, would I like to see the reinstitution of animal sacrifices? No, I would not. I love animals. I own animals. They own me, really. Especially if you have cats, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But this is the way it was. Okay, will this occur in the future? Will there be animal sacrifices in the future? That is a huge, huge, huge discussion. My personal opinion is that there will not be, and I always like to point to one verse, which is in Jeremiah, if I could find it. Jeremiah 16:9. Let's go to the English for a second. Maybe it's 9:16. Oh yeah, here it is. Why do I always think it's 16:9? Right. So I'll just read the English. This is Jeremiah, chapter 16, verse 14. So God, as usual, is chewing out the Israelites. But then he says, however, days are coming, declares the Lord, declares Yahweh, when it will no longer be said, as surely as Yahweh lives, who brought the Israelites up out of Egypt, but it will be said, as surely as Yahweh lives, who brought the Israelites up out of the land of the north and of all of the countries where he had banished them. For I will restore them to the land I gave their ancestors. Okay? So the point of this is that in 2 weeks, we're celebrating a holiday, which is to commemorate what? Okay? The fact that God brought the Israelites up out of Egypt, right? That's the entire Passover holiday is based on commemorating this event, okay? But what these verses are saying is that someday God will do such great things, new things for Israel, that it won't even be remembered, okay? God won't even be remembered for bringing the Israelites out of Egypt, but he'll be remembered for something new, which is that he brought the Israelites up out of the land of the north and out of all the countries where he banished them. In other words, he'll return the exiles of Israel, he'll return the diaspora to the land of Israel, right? This shows that God is not static. Just as we humans are not static, we're constantly changing from day to day. God himself is not static, right? Even though the whole basis of Judaism, if you want to call it that, as we know it in this day and age, or one of the main tenets of Judaism is that we remember God, we remember Yahweh for taking our ancestors out of the land of Egypt. We will not remember for that in the future. Okay, we will remember him primarily for taking for the new thing he's going to do for us, which is to bring us out of the lands of the exile back to the land of Israel, which he's already started doing. Right, there are now 6 million Jews in the land of Israel. 150 years ago, there were about 50,000 Jews, if I'm not mistaken, with that number in the land of Israel. So God is constantly doing new things. He's not static. He doesn't just sit there, and not everything is the same. Okay. So the point being that even though animal sacrifices were the way that nations interacted with their gods in the Near East in Bronze and Iron Age times, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be the case in the future. We'll have to wait and see, right? We'll have to wait and see when and if prophecy, we'll go with when prophecy is restored, maybe through a prophet, God will tell the prophet, I don't want animal sacrifices anymore. That was appropriate for that time back then, but it's not appropriate for now. It's not appropriate for where humanity is at this point, or where I want them to be. And so just either, maybe bring me plant sacrifices or bring me bouquets of flowers or something like that. I don't know. Okay. But there's nothing like canonically inherent about bringing animal sacrifices and using the blood of the animal to atone for the sins that we do. Yes, it's very symbolic, right? We're passing the sin onto the animal. We're slaughtering the animal. The blood of the animal then represents, our blood that perhaps should have been spilled, right? It's an effective way of saying it, but I don't know if there's something of interacting, of saying you're sorry to God or asking for forgiveness for God or atoning for your sins, but I don't know if there's something eternally canonical about it, right? There could be another way to do it, right? Maybe just prayer or maybe, apologizing, or maybe just bringing a grain offering. In some cases, you can bring grain offerings. If you cannot afford an animal, you're allowed to bring grain. So that obviously does the job, right? So once we divorce it from its original context, we have the opportunity for things to change in the future. And these verses here, Jeremiah 16, 14 through 15, will show that they can change, right? We think that what does it mean to be an Israelite, to be a Jew? We have to remember that God brought us out of Egypt. Yes, we do, until he does something new that not transplants, what's the word I'm looking for? That supersedes is a better word, but whatever, that supersedes what he did in the past, because God is not standing still. He's always doing something new. He's always creating something new. Just like in our lives, every day is a new day. For him, he's the Elohim Chaim. He's a living God. He's not some dead, static God. He's a living God. He's doing new things for us, for us individually, for the people of Israel, for the entire world, every single day. And so we don't have to necessarily assume that something like animal sacrifices is going to stay static for all eternity. Okay? As in the beginning, as Stereo points out, exactly, right? Animal sacrifices were not brought in the Garden of Eden because humans were vegetarians. The first animal sacrifice that was brought was by who? It was by Abel, Cain and Abel, right? It was brought by Hevel, right? He brought flock sacrifices, and they were not accepted. I'm sorry, they were accepted by God, and then Cain got jealous and killed him, right? So something like do not murder, that's eternal, right? I think we can use our common sense and say God is not going to come back in the end of days and say, oh, you guys can, you can murder now, it's fine, or you can commit adultery, go do the whole block if you want to, right? But that's obviously something that's eternal. But are animal sacrifices eternal? I don't think so. And there's a lot. This is not my chidush. This is not necessarily my idea. There are a lot of people who say this. I know that it's constantly bandied about that the Rambam, famous medieval Jewish commentator, who was born in Spain, eventually moved to Morocco, and then ended up in Egypt. And we actually visited his house in Morocco, in Fez, Morocco. That was very interesting. At any rate, he mentions it. I'd have to look it up exactly where and exactly what he says. And then there's another dude who's very big into this idea of vegetarianism. I believe he's a conservative rabbi who lives in Israel. And let me find his book. And he also says the same thing. or something similar. So let me see this. Jewish. I come on first. Vegetarianism. So he has a whole book about vegetarianism as related to Judaism. And let me see if I can find it. There's a lot of people who deal with it. Well, there's a Wikipedia article. I should read this myself. But there's one person that I'm looking for. Let me see. One second. Modern day proponents. Oh boy, there's a lot of names listed here. David Wolpe, I think, might be the name. No, maybe not. No, that's not it. One second. This one guy who wrote a book. Where is it? Okay. One second. One second. Oh, I can't find it right now. Maybe it's down here in references. Again. I can't find it. I guess a lot of people are into it these days. At any rate, well, listen, you can look up Jewish vegetarianism on, I wish I could find the name of that book. Just give it one more shot. Book on Jewish vegetarianism. No. 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 I don't know. If I can find it, I'll. Any rate, you can look it up yourselves, okay? But at any rate, there's a whole big story of, let's say, meat and the problems that it causes, right? So, for instance, the Israelites crave meat, and God brings them the slav, the how do you say that in English again? The quail, and then he kills a bunch of them. Meat is always associated with takva, with basically a lust. Okay, and on the few occasions that I do eat meat, I never eat red meat. I haven't eaten red meat in over 2 decades. But once in a while, I will eat some chicken, and I always regret it afterwards. I just have this lust for some kind of meat, so I allow myself to eat chicken. Then afterwards, I always feel sick to my stomach, and I say, "That's the last time I'm going to do that." And then the lust comes again. At any rate, the point is that meat eating is kind of it's a lust that never satisfies one the way they think it will. Right? It's kind of like any other lust, right? You see the pretty girl walking down the street, and you decide, oh, I'd like a piece of that, and you seduce her, or maybe you rape her. I don't know what kind of person you are. And then afterwards, you're like, oh, that wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be, right? Because your lust let you run away, let your thoughts run away, and you thought something was going to be better than it actually turned out being, right? That's kind of what meat is, explicitly so in the Torah, right? In a number of places we see that. I'm not going to get into a whole thing about meat, but if you read about, comments about Jewish vegetarianism, then I'm sure they'll touch on all of these things, okay? But the point is that these meat sacrifices are therefore not necessarily something eternal, but just a reflection of where humanity was and perhaps still is, but certainly was at the point of time when they were laid down. So I think that's the way we have to understand Leviticus. It's possible that at the end of days, God will say, hey, that whole book of Leviticus, you can ignore that. I mean, don't ignore the part about, I don't know, not doing it with your cat or your dog or something like that. That's eternal, I hope. But all that stuff about the animal sacrifices, you don't have to study that anymore. It was really boring anyway, and I really, I'm sorry I made you guys study that for the past 3,000 years, but it's not going to be on the test anymore, so just ignore it. Okay, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. But I don't want to go into a whole long diatribe because we'll literally be here for hours. Okay. So Yoshi Ben says, I may be wired wrong. Eating meat for me is very satisfying. I totally understand that. Like I said, I'm not going to get into a whole thing about vegetarianism right now. All I would say, and I always try to explain why I'm a vegetarian. First of all, specifically, when I'm not 100% a vegetarian, I will eat fish from time to time. And once in a blue moon, when I really get the urge, I'll eat chicken. I don't eat any red meat. But for the most part, I'm a vegetarian, okay, which includes cheese and eggs, okay? So that being said, I always say to people when they say, oh, I really need meat, think about how you feel before you eat the meat and how you feel after you eat the meat. And I've always found that after I eat the meat, that I feel very sick. I feel bloated. I feel heavy. I feel disconnected from myself. I feel disconnected from nature. I feel disconnected from God. I mean, what have I done? I've eaten a carcass. I've eaten the essence of another living creature, right? That is not bringing life inside me, right? If I drink tea or eat fresh fruits or vegetables, then I'm not hurting any other living creature, right? Plants can't be hurt the same way animals can. And not only that, but when we eat apples, let's say, we discard the seeds, and that allows them to grow again, right? If we eat a chicken and discard the bones, a new chicken is not going to grow out of that, right? So it's a whole, can't compare plants and animals. But I think that this so-called this lust for eating meat and this so-called satisfaction that one feels after eating meat is really more of, it's a lust. It's a lust. It's something that seems like it's going to be great, but then when you actually do it, it's not great, right? Again, it's like seeing the pretty girl walking down the street and jumping her bones, and then afterwards saying, "Oh, that wasn't as good as I thought, and now I regret it." And anyway, that's my opinion. So, but I very much agree with Marianne on this one, right? I rarely get sick, and I'm grateful I do not hurt animals. I agree 1,000% with that, right? I became a vegetarian basically in the late 1990s. I was going out with a girl at the time, and she encouraged me to be a vegetarian. I was kind of not into it, and then as soon as I tried it, I'm like, this is amazing. It made me feel so good and so free, so connected to God, so connected to nature. Any rate, I'm not going to go down this road because there are many people besides me who one can speak to about vegetarianism. So I don't need to be the one, but it works for me. It really, really works for me. And it's worked for me now for 25 years, if not more. So that's all I can say. You never heard of Mad Karaites? Actually, wasn't there like some kind of salmonella poisoning in the lettuce at Chipotle or something like that? Or something with the lettuce and Chipotle. You can get sick from vegetables. But yes, lettuce doesn't usually go crazy. Okay, anyway, let's move on. So we finished Leviticus chapter 1. Let's go to our new commentary here. Well, let's do Robert Alter because he's always solid. We always get a lot of information out of this dude. He's a good commentator. So let's see what we can learn about this. We'll just go through the comments here. Then maybe we'll look at our news source. And then we'll go on to Leviticus 2. But I'm going to end the study probably in about 45 minutes or so. It's kind of getting late here. But let's see what Robert Alter has to say. Okay, so verse 2, he's speaking about where it says, Adam, any person that wants to bring a sacrifice or an offering. So what he's saying is the Hebrew Adam can refer to either sex. See the comment on Genesis 1:27. Then we have hikriv, right? So we're talking about this verb, which means to cause to approach or to bring forth, right? Karav, remember I said it means bring near, right? The verb hikriv throughout this text has the technical sense of introduce or present in the sacred space of the cult. The cognate noun korban, offering, is a distinctive of Leviticus. Exodus concluded with a notice of God's relationship with Israel in the wilderness, indicating how he led the people on its peregrinations, which means journeys, and is actually related to the word pilgrim, we found out last week. With the pillar of cloud by day and the pillar of fire by night, now the tabernacle having been completed, Exodus 35-37, attention is turned to how Israel on its part is to pursue the relationship with God by offering sacrifices in the sanctuary that has been constructed. Okay, fine. He shall slaughter. This we said before. This is verse 5. The person presenting the offering butchers the animal. This is speaking about the mammals. And then the priests take charge of laying out the parts on the altar and burning them. Verse 7. The sons of Aaron, the priests. 3 ancient versions read here the sons of Aaron, the priests, in the plural, priests modifying the sons and not Aaron as elsewhere in this chapter. Okay. Verse 14. And now here we go to the birds. The stipulation of this option appears to be, as several commentators have noted, an accommodation for the poor, and that's mentioned explicitly, we'll see later on, who would have been hard put to sacrifice something as valuable as a bull or a sheep. Okay. Its crop with its feathers, so that's verse 16. That's here. Okay. There's some question about the meaning of each of these terms. Jacob Milgram. So Jacob Milgram is the expert, one of the world's leading experts. I don't know if he's still alive, probably dead by now, I think. On the book of Leviticus, on the sacrificial system, makes an elaborate argument that the first term, mur'ah, let's just highlight this in, means chrism, i.e. the area, not the crop, the chrism. He's the author of a 3-volume, 3,000-page commentary on Leviticus that in its sheer comprehensiveness will remain a central reference for philological and historical issues involved in this book. Consequently, his work will often be referred to here. He is an invaluable guide, but of course not infallible. And in the present instance, there remains a margin of conjecture in his identification of mur'ah. And since few readers will understand what a chrism is without a recourse to a dictionary, this translation remains the more familiar crop. The second term, notzah, has been linked to the word for excrement by some medieval and modern commentators, but it invariably means feather, as it does in modern Hebrew. If the skin was stripped from a large animal and not made part of the sacrifice, it is logical that the feathers would be excluded in the sacrifice of a bird, right? It spoke about flaying the mammals and then removing the innards and the legs. And here, so he's saying that if that goes for a mammal, it should also go for a bird. You're not going to take the feathers and any other extremities and throw them on the altar, right? And that's it. Those are all his things. So Milgram, so he mentions Jacob Milgram. And I believe I still have it. Let me just check for a second. I think I have his entire book downloaded here. Maybe we'll refer to it. Just give me a second, please. Torah, Everett Fox, Milgram. Yep. I have Leviticus 1-16. So maybe I should open it. All right. Let me just get that open. Right. Leviticus 1 through 16. It's 1,182 pages. So it's very, very long and detailed. I mean, geez. So we'll just get lost in it if we do it now, but we'll just keep it in mind that it's here. Burnt offering 1 through 17. Right. Okay. It's very detailed, as you can see. But we'll leave it open since he mentioned it, James Milton. Okay. Alrighty. So, and let's go to our new source, which we wanted to check out, which is this, which I guess I have to. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I return it now. I can take it out for another hour. Okay. Okay, bar for 1 hour. Okay, so now we got to do this and this. So here we are, Leviticus 1:1. All right, so let's see if this source works for us. Okay. Okay. So we'll just read 1 or 2 comments because it's quite detailed, as you can see. Let me make this a bit bigger. There we go. So this is, again, this is the, what is it called? Yeah. It's the Cultural Background Study Bible, right? So it's supposed to give you historical context, right? Historical and cultural context for the laws in the Torah. So here we have, so burnt offerings, so this is Leviticus 1:3, right? So we're speaking about burnt offerings here. And this specifically is mentioning if you want to bring a burnt offering from the mammals, right? That it has to be, so let's read this again. Imola korbano, if it's a Holocaust offering or an offering that goes up completely in flames. Mina bakar, from the herd, in other words, cows or bulls. Zachar, well, it's got to be a bull. Zachar tamim yakrivenu. So it has to be an unblemished male, and you bring it to the petach ohel moed. You bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting, meaning where the altar is. You bring it as a to be pleasing before Yahweh. Okay, so let's see what this guy has to say. Where'd we go? There we go. All right, let me get my little thingy up there. There we go, so I can highlight it. Okay, so we'll just read down to around here for now. Okay, burnt offering, this category of sacrifice in which all edible material was burned. So ben, edible material, right? So that would not include the blood. Get a line there. Right. Edible material was burned, served as a basic and general gift, and was meant to invoke the deity. At least one was offered each day on behalf of the people of Israel, and festivals and ceremonies would include them as well. And here we go into our cultural backgrounds. Okay. So let me just do it this way. So burnt offerings were practiced by other ancient Syro-Palestinian peoples whose rituals were closest to those of the Israelites. They were also performed in Anatolia, but apparently not in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Again, we're reading here. In Ugaritic literature, were words for several kinds of outwardly similar. So they were performed in Anatolia, but apparently not in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Okay, I hope you. Anatolia is basically Turkey. Mesopotamia is basically Iraq, and not in Egypt and Iraq, but in Turkey. In Ugaritic literature, Ugarit was a city on the coast of modern day Syria. In Ugaritic literature, where words for several kinds of outwardly similar but by no means identical sacrifices parallel Hebrew terms, burnt offerings are often coupled with well-being offerings, peace or fellowship offerings. See notes on Leviticus 3, 1 and 11, as they are in the Bible. Let's do it this way. So we see that Israelite sacrifice was not an isolated phenomenon. Maybe that's a better way to do it. There have been many theories as to what purpose animal sacrifice was to serve. Here we go. So what were we talking about? All right. In some cultures, it was seen as caring for the deity by providing food. Others saw the sacrifice as a gift to please or request aid from the gods. Still others saw the sacrifice as a means of entering into relationship. Okay, now I've got to, hold on. Get rid of this for a second. Now I can scroll down. Okay, I'm getting used to this. Okay, the earliest Sumerian literature indicates that sacrifice was used as a means of allowing meat consumption, as the process of sharing meat with the deity allowed them to slaughter the animal for food. In Assyrian Babylon, animals were sacrificially slaughtered in order to obtain entrails, which were used for divination from the herd. In chapter 1, objects of sacrifice are logically presented in descending order of size and value. He's talking about chapter 1 of Leviticus, of course. Similarly, a 3rd century BC Punic sacrificial tariff, the so-called Marseilles tariff from Carthage, in this 3rd century BC, so that's much later, lists fees for, I don't like this, too many lines going on here. I'll just put maybe a dot at the side of the, reading it? Okay, there we go. Similarly, a 3rd century BC Punic sacrificial tariff, the so-called Marseilles tariff from Carthage, lists fees for priestly officiation in descending order corresponding to the decreasing sizes of sacrificial animals. Male animals were both expendable and valuable. Many females were required to sustain the herd by bearing young, but only a few males were necessary. On the other hand, strong males were desirable because of their genetics would be reflected in a large proportion of the herd. Okay? Back here. Why is it not doing it? Oh, all right, I gotta stop. And we'll read a little bit more. So we're going to read now, lay your hand on the head. In Hittite ritual, this gesture appears to carry the same function of identifying the owner as the one who is giving the sacrifice, perhaps analogous to the signature on a letter. Even though the priest delivers the offering, this gesture signifies that the offering comes from the one who signed it. Make atonement, the Hebrew word kiper, refers to the removal of ritual impurity. Most scholars now agree that atonement, reconciliation, is a poor translation of the concept on either a ritual or theological level. In the past, it was common for scholars to connect kiper with Arabic kafara, cover, and to interpret a ritual accomplishing kiper as covering sin. In the context of purification offerings, sin offerings, though, kiper followed by the Hebrew preposition min denotes removal rather than covering. Furthermore, the grammatical object of kiper in Hebrew is generally neither sin nor the person, but a holy object such as the ark of the altar. Finally, in a number of cases, this process is necessary even though no sin has been committed. Therefore, recent scholars prefer the terminology of purification or purgation, in this case of the altar, on behalf of the individual whose ritual impurity caused by sin or otherwise has tarnished it. Okay, this is all very interesting stuff, but I think it's a little bit too technical, so I think I'm going to skip it. Okay. Any questions, any comments before we go on to Leviticus chapter 2? Anybody? All right, then I want to take a break for about 5 minutes because I've been going at it here for 3 hours straight. We'll go on to Leviticus 20, chapter 2. We'll get as far as we can, but in about a half an hour or so, I am going to stop. Luckily, this is a slightly shorter chapter and maybe an easier one because we're talking about grain offerings here. So let me put on music for about 5 minutes. I'm just going to stretch, and then we will go on to chapter 2.
עלינו תמלוך עלינו כי מלכים אנחנו תמלוך בדיון בכל יום ביומנו בכל יום ביומנו עד לעולם ותשכון ותתקוטט ועל ידי דוד ועל ידי שיח יתקיים.
Thank you. En el jardín de la arboleros, arboleros tan gentil, la raíz tiene de oro, la simiente de marfil. La reina estaba labrando un tirar de clavero, asentado en la ventana. El pasha del habido enribar una barca, acentuado un
Shalom Aleichem, Malachei Hashalom, Malachei Elyon, Mi Melech, Malchei Amlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hakham Melech, Malachei Hashalom, Malachei Elyon.
Okay, we're back. So let's try to dig into, let me get rid of that. Let's try to dig into Leviticus 2. I'll go for maybe another half an hour or so, max. And then that's it. Then we're going to end. Okay, so now we're talking about grain offerings. We've got our spreadsheet ready to go. And let's see what we got. So we worked our way down, basically, right? We started with the mammals. Then we went down to the birds in terms of their, expensiveness, in terms of their cost. And now we're going to go to the cheapest offering, which are grain offerings. Again, notice that what we don't have is fish offerings. I don't know. I think I just noticed that this year, but now it's stuck in my mind. No fish offerings. Okay. I guess I always wanted, it's not appropriate to offer a filet o fish to the creator of the universe. That must be the reason. Okay, now we're doing grains. And we're going to see that in a number of places it'll say if you cannot afford a mammal offering, then you bring a bird offering. If you can't afford a bird offering, then you bring a grain offering. Actually, I think it says if you can't afford a bull, then you bring a goat. If you can't afford a goat, then you bring a bird. If you can't afford a bird, then you bring grain. We shall see as we go on in Leviticus. Okay, so we're in Leviticus chapter 2, verse 1. Nefesh ki takriv korban mincha Yahweh. So, someone who would like to offer a grain offering to Yahweh. Okay, so it's kind of following the same formula we saw before. Okay, so here we saw Adam ki yakriv mikem korban leYahweh mina behema. So a person who would like to bring an offering to Yahweh from the mammals. Then it goes on to say you can bring it from the flocks, you can bring it from the herds, from the flocks, and it goes on to give a whole bunch of laws, right? So if you want to bring now a grain offering to Yahweh, well, this is how you do it. Sola solet yihye korbano. Okay, so solet is usually translated as fine flour, fine not meaning finely sifted or finely ground, but fine meaning high quality flour, right? Let's hope that Robert Alter probably picks up on that, I'm going to guess. Fine semolina. And I don't think he has a comment on that in particular, right? The early rabbis are kind of successful. Mincha is barred from the political armies. Okay, fine. So, right. And maybe we'll go through some of his commentaries. We're doing this, okay? Solet. 1 second. One second. Yeah, I just want to confirm that the word fine flour in this case means fine as in high quality and not fine as in finely ground. I've always assumed it means high quality, but you know something? I want to check 100% sure. Yeah, proper. So Everett Fox translates it not as fine, but proper flour. Okay. So let's go with that one. Or we could do this. Let's go with, how do we do that again? I've got to go here. Leviticus 2. And then we want to go to parallel. Okay, so the NIV clearly makes it clear what they're intending here. So the finest flour, right? Choice flour. So I think we got our answer there, right? So fine flour, meaning top quality flour, right? Solet. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Korban mincha Yahweh. Solet yeah korbano. So it should be high quality flour. Let's go with high quality flour rather than fine flour. We yatzak aleha shemen, and you shall pour upon it oil, meaning olive oil. Always meaning olive oil, unless it's stated explicitly otherwise, which I think it is only in one place in the entire Torah. Winatan aleha livuna, and you shall place upon it, or you shall give it. You shall sacrifice it, or you shall offer it also with livona is frankincense. We spoke about frankincense last week. No, not last week. Maybe 2 weeks ago, when we spoke about the ingredients of I believe it's the incense. Maybe it's the anointing oil. I believe it's the incense. This has livona. Pretty sure. Okay, so we're not going to get into it again. But it was one of the, prized spices in the ancient Near East. Okay, so that's how you do it. If you want to bring a grain offering, it's top quality flour mixed with olive oil, or olive oil poured on top of it and brought along with frankincense, or frankincense brought along with it. So let's put that on our list, okay? So now we have Leviticus 2. So this is now going to be law 19. So forth. So this is Leviticus 2:1. Leviticus 2:1. So the offering type now is grain. It's a grain offering. There's no animal category or animal type, so we'll leave that blank. And the law is grain offerings must be of top quality flour with olive oil poured on them and offered olive oil, we'll just say olive oil and frankincense. Okay, there we go. All right, let's give this a color as long as we're at it. There. Nice green. Blue. Blue works. Okay. Yeah, blue green. Okay, so all right, that's Leviticus 2:1. Okay, verse 2. והביאך אל בני אהרון הכהנים וחמס משם מילון כומסו מסלטה ומשמונה על כל לבונתה והתיר הכהן את אזכרתה המזבחה אישה ריח ניחוח ליהוה. Okay, so let's translate this. So you give it to Aaron, Bnei Aaron HaKohanim, so you give it to the Kohen. V'kamatz misham malo kumtzo. So a kamatz is basically you take a handful of it, but I believe it means 2 handfuls. Let me just clarify. And close with the hand grasp. Let's go with this one. Closed hand, fist. So I guess it's a single hand. Just clarify that. A handful. All right. So I guess just a single hand, not 2 hands, but a single hand. Okay. Kamatz misham malo kumso. So literally, you shall handful from there a full handful. You shall scoop from there a full handful. Misalta from its basket, or from its from the fine flour, right? From its fine semolina, misalta. That's from solet. Okay. From the fine flour, from its fine flour, okay. Umishmana, and from its oil. Akol livunata. So let's see what it's saying. So you bring it to the Kohanim, and he's going to take a full handful of the fine flour. Let me just parse this in my head for a second. Kamatz misham melo kumtso misalta umi shemana al kol livonata. Right. So I guess, so we already saw that the oil was poured on top of it. Yitzak aleha shemen, natan aleha livona. So I guess the oil is now mixed in, not mixed, but it's soaked into the flour. So you take a handful of that oil-soaked flour. That's what this is implying here. Al-kol livonata, and you take all of the frankincense. That's what I would assume it's implying. Okay. Let's get a little commentary on that. So that's verse 2. The Hebrew says literally, he shall scoop, which could refer to a single priest. The third person singular, however, without specified subject, is often used as equivalent of the passive form of the verb. We're not going to go into that right now. Its token portion. The general ancient Near Eastern practice, and perhaps the original Israelite one as well, was to burn the entire grain offering on the altar. Jacob Milgram increasingly proposes that the limiting of the sacrificial fire to one small portion of the grain may have been a reaction to the widespread practice of burning cakes to Ishtar, denounced by Jeremiah 7:18. The economic self-interest of the priests in preserving much of the offering for their own consumption may have also played a role in this prescription. Okay. Well, it doesn't relate specifically to what I wanted to check out, but yeah, it seems like that's what's going on here, okay? That the oil is now soaked into the flour. You scoop a handful, the Kohen scoops a handful of that, and then takes all of the livona. V'ktira Kohen et azkarata mizbecha, and the Kohen should burn its remembrance or a symbolic. How would we translate this? Askarata. It's memorial. That's what it is, but I'll explain what that means in a second. Okay, so basically this handful it's not the entire grain offering, right? You take a handful of the grain offering, and this is a memorial or a reminder of the entire grain offering. That's what it means here, that the Kohen shall burn its remembrance or its memorial on the altar. Okay? So let's turn this into let's add this to our list here. So this is Leviticus 2:2. Grain. And so let's paraphrase it this way. The Kohen takes a single handful. How do I want to express this? Not single handful, a one handful of the oil with oil soaked flour along with all the frankincense, and burns it on the altar. Okay, I think that kind of sums it up. Burns it on the altar as a sweet-smelling fire offering to Yahweh. So it has the same status as the mammal or bird offering, right? It's still a sweet-smelling fire offering to Yahweh, just as the mammal offering is and the bird offering is, right? It's exactly the same words that are used. Okay, sweet-smelling fire offering to Yahweh. Okay. Right, verse 3. V'hanoteret min hamincha le'Aharon u'levanao kodesh kodeshim me'ishe Yahweh. And the remainder, right? So only a handful was taken, right? So unlike the mammal burnt offering and the bird burnt offering, where everything was burnt on the fire, this time only an askarata, only it's remembrance, only a memorial of it, meaning that one handful is burnt on the fire, but the rest goes to the Kohanim. Okay? So let's add that. This is Leviticus 2:3. Okay. Again, it's an L. So Leviticus 2:3. Handful as a memorial. As a memorial. As a, let's do representation. Memorial. Okay. Like that. The rest goes to the Kohanim. It is Holy of Holies. And we'll see what that means down the road. Okay. Among the fire offerings. Holy of Holies among fire offerings. Okay, great. That's Leviticus 2:3. Let's see if we can get any commentary on that one. Holy of Holies. As elsewhere, this construction indicates a superlative, right? So it's repetition. We've said a zillion times. Kodesh Kodoshim, Holy of Holies, represents emphasis, right? Or in this case, superlative, most sacred. The meaning in this context is strictly reserved for the priests, and we'll see that later on explicitly. Okay. That's verse 3. Verse 4, and I'm only going to go for about another 10 minutes or so, then we're going to stop. So it's getting quite late here. Verse 4, V'chi kriv Qurban, Minha, Ma'afe, Tanur, Solet, Halot, Masot, Lulot, Bashemen, Urikike, Matzot, Mishuchim, Bashamen. Okay, so the first three verses speak about just bringing flour, right? You mix it with the oil, you let the oil soak in, and then you bring it with frankincense. But let's say you want to bake a nice loaf of bread for God. What do? So if you would like to bring, so we should break this down actually here. So let's just change this to category and type. So here we can put, so we already put offering type, category type. All right, whatever. Category we'll put here, loose grain, loose flour. Here we'll put baked goods. Okay, so Leviticus 2:4. So if you want to bring baked goods, then, okay, so you have a couple of choices. You have two choices, basically. Solet, halot, matzot, blulot, bashemen. So your first choice, solet, we said, is high quality flour. Halot is basically loaves, cakes, they translate it here. Matzot, blulot, bashemen. Unleavened loaves or unleavened cakes, blulot, mixed with olive oil. Okay. So basically, you've got to take flour, you mix it with olive oil. You don't add any leavening agent. It has to be unleavened, matzot, right? And then it is it's baked in the oven, ma'afe tanur, right? Tanur is related, for instance, to the, I guess it's an ancient Sanskrit word, tandur. Like if you ever went to Jeremiah is not part of Torah. Jeremiah is part of the Tanakh, the Old Testament. So, Ben, I'll get to Leviticus 6:30 in just a bit. So, if you ever had tandoori chicken in an Indian restaurant, it's related to this word tanur. Tandur. It's also related very clearly to the word, well, in Portuguese, it's forno. Furnace, in Spanish, it's horno. Those are all related back to the word tanur. Tandur. So tanur, the Latin, I think was, let's see here. Let's get the etymology for furnace. Comes from the Latin fornus. Oops. So it comes from the Latin fornus, F-O-R-N-U-S. In modern Portuguese, it's forno, F-O-R-N-O. In Spanish, it's horno, H-O-R-N-O. We have the English furnace, right? And if we take it back to Latin, fornus, then you can see that that's already pretty close to tanur, right? With some what's called metathesis, where consonants switch place. So instead of the, here you have FRN, the US is just the Latin noun nominative ending, masculine nominative ending. So the Latin root would be FRN, forn, right? So forn already sounds like tanur. Right here it's FRN, tanur would be TNR, but F and T are kind of interchangeable. If you see that the F is made in kind of the same place of the mouth as the T, 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 F, 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 T, F, tanur, fanur, fornus, right? So this Latin word, I'm sorry, this Hebrew word tanur, which is I mentioned is related to the. I know it's a Hindi word because if you go to an Indian restaurant, you'll see the tandoori chicken, but I believe it's a Sanskrit word. I think it goes all the way back to Sanskrit. So so it's related also to the Sanskrit / Hindi tandoor, like tandoori chicken. Okay, so yeah, well you don't have to make tandoori chicken. You can make a tandoori seitan or tandoori tofu or tandoori I don't know whatchamacallit. Oh, what's the other one? I can't remember. At any rate, tandoori just means made in the oven, right? So they have these. Tandoor is like a clay oven, as it is in ancient Hebrew. A tanur. In modern Hebrew, it's not necessarily a clay oven, but in ancient times, it was a clay oven, right? It's basically this. You can even see them today. It's like this. They just burn fire at the bottom of the oven, and yeah, there you go, tandoori veggies, and then it has like these clay walls, and you just either cook it in a pot in that clay oven, or you can with bread. You can even stick it to the edge of the oven, and it will cook right on the wall of the oven, and then you pick it off. At any rate, yeah, they're all those words are related, and if we have more time, I'd really go into it further. Well, let's just look up. Etymology. The heck of it. So it's from Urdu. So the Urdu is basically very similar to Hindi. Urdu is what they speak in Pakistan. Persian tanur, Arabic tanur. So they trace it back to the Arabic tanur. So I guess it doesn't go back to all the way to Sanskrit. They trace it back to Arabic. So tandoor from Urdu, Pakistani version. We could say the Pakistani version of Hindi. But it's basically very similar to Hindi as far as I understand. Back to Persian tanur, so back to Arabic tanur, which then clearly, if it goes back to Arabic, Arabic is a Semitic language related very closely to Hebrew. So then clearly it's the same as this tanur. And then we'd have to trace it forward to the Latin fornus, maybe through the Greek, but I don't have the information here, and I'm not going to track it down. Anyway, so yeah, so we want to bring baked goods. Then we said, did we already put it in here? Yeah, if we want to bring baked goods, if you want to bring, let's put it this way, if you want to bring loose. One second here. This is Leviticus 2:1. Yeah. One second. One second. Okay, so just to correct this here. So if you want to bring this is a loose grain offering. Just change this to loose grain. I don't know. Maybe I should leave it as loose flour. Loose grain offering. All right. Yeah. Okay, good enough. Baked goods. So then we'll use the same formula. So if you want to bring so it's ma'afei tanur. So if you want to bring, how should we call that? Let's say baked goods. baked goods offering. So then it must be, so there are two choices. Solet halot matzot blulot bashemen. It has to be cakes or loaves of unleavened top quality flour mixed with oil. So how do we want to say that? It must be unleavened loaves of top quality flour mixed with olive oil. Okay, good. Or rikike matzot mishuchim bashaman. Or it can be rikike is like crackers. You can even see it. It's onomatopoeic, right? Maybe in the word cracker comes in the word rakik. But rikike means like when you crunch them, like a cracker. Rikike, right? It's onomatopoeic, meaning it's. I believe it is. It's it's you know what onomatopoeic is, right? The sound. The name of the word is recreating the sound that it makes, like a meow, right? The word meow means meow. So rikike matzot, so we'll call that unleavened crackers or matzah crackers. Mishuchim is going to be anointed, right? Having oil poured over them. So let's write that up. And I think I have to end the study. Or unleavened crackers with olive oil poured over them. Okay? And it's getting kind of late, so I think I'm going to end the study now, unfortunately. Oh, there's a lot more to say. I wish I had more time. Yeah, midway here. But the time has come. We've been going at this for actually probably close to 4 hours. I think 3.5 hours or something like that. More. I can go one more verse maybe. So that's ma'afet tanur. That's baked goods in an oven. Then one more verse we'll do, and then we're going to end, okay? Im mincha ala machvat. So if you want to bring a grain offering on the machvat is usually translated as a pan or like a frying pan, kind of a pan. Korbanecha, solet blula, bashamin matzat tichiyeh. Excuse me. So then it's gonna be, basically be like, it's gonna be the same as the one baked in the oven. It's gonna be top quality flour mixed with olive oil. So, and you can't make crackers on a frying pan. So let's just copy that. So this is now Leviticus 2:5. So this is Leviticus 2:5. This is grain. It's not baked goods. Shall we call them fried goods? I don't know. Fried goods? Fried? In a pan? In a pan. All this loose flour. Baked in an oven. Baked in oven. Made in pan. Made in a pan? No, it's made in pan. Okay. Fried in pan? Fried? Fried? Not really fried. Cooked. Made? Okay, we'll go with fried. Fried in pan. Okay, so Leviticus 2:5. Okay, so it's going to be the same thing. So if you want, I'll just copy this and then modify. So if you want to bring a fried goods, fried goods offering, a fried offering. Again, it must be unleavened loaves. No, not unleavened loaves. It doesn't say loaves. It must be unleavened, top quality flour mixed with olive oil. That's it. Okay? I don't like baked in an oven. Cooked in a pan? Seared in a pan? Seared? Cooked? I'm so confused. I'm tired. I can't do this anymore. Gotta rest. All right, baked in oven. Let's just go with baked goods and fried goods. All right, fine. Baked goods, fried goods. I don't know. I think I'm going crazy. I think I'm fried or baked in an oven. No, that's not the good thing for a Jew to say. Okay. Bring a baked goods offering. Bring an offering baked in an oven. I want to bring an offering made in a pan. Must be unleavened, top quality. Okay, it must be. Okay, fine, good. Fried goods. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Patoto ota pitim veyitzakta aleha shemen minchahi. So patotot pitim. So that's where you get the word pitot, basically. So patot, it basically means bread it into bread. I mean, it comes from the word pot, which means bread, if I'm not mistaken. But basically, it's implying you break it into pieces. Like pitim is like little pieces of bread, right? Let me just confirm that, so I don't sound like an idiot. Break up, crumble. Verb break up, crumble. Maybe it's a good one, right? Infinitive absolute of bread, right? So, and that's where we get the word pita from, pita bread, right? Comes from the pot, which means bread. So you should break it into pieces. Literally, you should crumble it into crumbles. You should bread it into bread. You break it into small bread pieces. So you break it into pieces, and then you anoint it. You pour olive oil on it. Okay? You break it into pieces. Literally, I don't like break it. You crumble it into crumbles. Crumble it into crumbles. That implies bread, really. And pour olive oil on it. Okay, so that is going to be, again, that's our Leviticus 2:6. Grain, fried goods, if you want to call it that. Okay, and that's Leviticus 2:6. Okay, and then we have the last type is it the last type? Yes. Marcheshet. So they translate that usually as covered pan, stew pan, saucepan, from rachash, which in modern Hebrew also lirchosh means to stir. And I'm going to stop here. I got to stop. This is getting late here. Okay, we're going to stop here. So I want to thank you all for joining me. I wish we had more time and we can go through this, but this is going to be, we'll have to do it over a number of years, because next week we're going to start next week's Parsha. And as I mentioned, I'll also do a Passover talk, probably not this coming Friday, but the following Friday. So 2 weeks from yesterday, I'll do a Passover talk. That'll be on the first day of Passover, before Shabbat comes in. And that's it. I'm going to end here, okay? I'm tired. Ben, if you can ask me next time about Leviticus 6:30, we'll talk about it, because it's getting late here, and I just got to stop. Okay, so thank you all for joining me. Sorry to end so abruptly, but the time has come. So I will see you all be'ezrat Yahweh next week. I wish you all a Shabbat Shalom and a Shavua Tov. We'll go out with some nice music, and I'll see you all next week.
Machuli Shalom, Malachei HaShalom, Malachei Elyon.
Si en dracmas el día tomo, ya te puedo mantener. De tu madre no la como, ay, dama, 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 que te quiero detener. De tu madre no la como, ay, dama, 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 que te quiero detener. Fugiremos de la pena, porque yo ya se ganará. Vamos a la Palestina, ay, dama, 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 para no más olvidar. Vamos a la Palestina, ay, dama, 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 para no más olvidar. Va corriendo mamá, hazle la proposición. Quiere solo una cama, ay, dama, 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 que es la conciliación. Quiere solo una cama, ay, dama, divina, que es la cancelación. Oh,